Hello, 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 everybody.
Oh, shoot.
Welcome to Session 8 of Beyond the Pale. Oh, Zamtruck is deafened. Zamtruck, are you there?
Are you there?
I think he saw, but I don't think he recognized. Give me a second. All right. And hello to the people in chat. Hello, Soren Dilnair. Hopefully everybody's having a good Sunday so far. Zamtruck still hasn't seen the message. Still deafened. Oh well.
Start spam pinging him?
No, I think at most what is needed here is maybe one ping there and then one ping in a DM. There we go. Just sent him a little DM. It is still nothing. We'll see. Anyways. And welcome back from your vacation there, Healy.
Thank you. It was a good time.
And glad to see that you're back home safe and sound.
Yes.
So, hey, how's Targaryen? Hang on, I need to get a shout out for this guy.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, I don't know how long I've been deafened, but I have a song for you all.
Ooh.
Oh no?
Give me just a second because I'm doing a shout out. So, for those of you that don't know, House Targaryen, old time friend of the channel, one of the first people who helped me when it came to getting my start and getting into, like, getting my head wrapped around how to actually stream, as well as a lot of stuff over on Sea of Thieves. Please go drop him a follow. Amazing dude. How have you been?
I was waiting for a voice response because I thought he was in VC for a second. I don't know why.
Yeah, no. He's in chat. He's in chat.
Yeah. I realize that now. I'm dumb.
Ah, there's my wife's sunbun. Let me get her a shout out as well.
Aw.
Tell your wife I say hi. No, I'm kidding.
She can hear you.
Oh, hello, Winter's
She's-
wife.
She's in the chat right now. Sunbun is there.
Aw.
Drop a couple wife hypes in the chat for her.
I was about to say I have to jump into the Twitch chat to drop wife hypes.
Voice is getting better. Let's go. Yeah, House hasn't really been doing a lot lately for streaming. His voice has kind of been out, but it's good to see your voice is getting better, House. I look forward to. Let me know when your first stream back is happening because I want to be there for it. And hello, segment. Lots of shout outs to get real quick.
Tomb Raider 3, interesting.
Yeah.
That's like 1998?
I don't remember. It's old though. I just
It's either
realized
98 or 99.
I just realized the dragon that Squealy is riding has a sombrero, and I love it, and I am here for it.
We all searched for that tiny umbrella or sombrero for Squealy. And then I couldn't even get it in the spot to be noticeable for the past 2 streams.
I feel like we need to come up with a name for the dragon now, maybe like Diego the Drake or something like that.
In this is Diego.
Diego the Drake?
Yes. Now I feel bad that I didn't choose that for you.
I think we should call him Toothless. Oh, wait. Freaking love that movie.
All right, so we have so Laura's here, but he had to step away real quick. He's grabbing some food for his coworkers, the wonderful person that he is. And Arma is here, but he had to step away to get some food for himself. So both of them will be back momentarily. But we'll go ahead and get started with session 8. So, when we last left off, you all had escaped from Flamehearth as it was razed to the ground by the Order of Cinders from Faldria. You, on your ship, alongside 2 other ships that escaped from the harbor, have departed, heading for the Pale, being chased by ships from Faldria. Let's go ahead and real quickly, Zamtrok, I know you were saying that you wanted to have a little RP moment, so as you, real quickly, everyone who's here, go ahead and roll perception for me.
God, I have to grab my dice. I got new dice last week, so please
Ooh.
Sorry.
don't
Sorry for the
be
delay.
bad.
Oh, no worries.
I don't know why that was.
We were just starting up with the follow-up on what had happened last session. And I was having everybody real quickly roll a perception roll.
I don't know why that rolled a disadvantage, but I got an at 20.
Very nice. Either a nat 20 or a 11. Do one, if you could do one roll that's not advantage or disadvantage, just a flat roll.
I got a 15.
Okay, still very good.
That's better.
All right, so that's a 13 from Healy, a 20 from Zamtarok, a
Dang, okay, way to
14
flex.
from Maximus, and Amarasi,
15.
15? Okay.
On board.
So, Healy, Maximus, and Amarasi, the 3 of you do still see the 2 other Lordai ships that escaped with you, as well as the small fleet of Faldric ships a ways back. Zamtarok, you in particular recognize, and it makes sense when you think about it, given that the Order of Cinders detests the ocean to a certain degree. The Faldric ships are moving slower than yours. So you are outrunning them, but they are staying steady on your tail. As you have moved further away from the coast, the opening that was created in the clouds is gone, and you are now traveling with high winds to the east in heavy, heavy storms and heavy rains. You know that given the winds and the current speed that you're traveling, for now at least, you have a moment to breathe. What would you like to do?
Zamtarok's going to call the crew to signal the other Lordai ships to stay within, to try to stay within at least 5 lengths.
Okay. Go ahead and how shall we do this? I will roll for the insider perception of the other ships, the other 2 ships.
Okay.
because I imagine these are being passed by flag codes if they are too far away to hear the yelling amidst the rain and the storms.
Either flag codes or
Lantern. So I'll let you roll, since they're closer with advantage, a performance to see how well your message is being conveyed, and then I'm going to roll to see how well the message is received. Okay.
Well, damn.
Okay. Good enough to get the message across.
By lengths, I mean 5 boat lengths.
Yep.
Just to clarify that, because
So,
speaking sea terms.
Are you instructing them to stay 5 boat lengths to either side, or in front or behind?
Within. So as long as if they're like 2 boat lengths to a side and 3 boat lengths back or forward, fine. Just to try and keep them within eyesight, basically.
Okay.
Because we're in a heavy storm, so trying to stay. These are 30-foot ships, so 150 feet or less, so that we can try to at least see them in the storm, so we don't A, start running into them, or B, lose them.
Okay. Sounds good. And thank you, Arma, by the way. All right. So, Zamtrok, let's go ahead and get a water vehicle roll from you. I imagine.
Is that? Yeah, I'm not. Do I just click on it? Hold on. Oh, I can just click on it and roll. Okay, never mind. I was literally like, oh, God. Normal roll, thank you.
Very
There we
nice.
Yay, 19 failed.
I thought you said that 19 failed. I was like, ooh,
No,
that would be rough.
Yeah.
So, you are managing this ship amazingly. You are keeping on course. Maximus, if I'm not mistaken, you have the navigator's tools. You will be working together with someone who has a proficiency with cartography to help navigate.
Never mind. It's like, I'm proficient with navigator's tools.
Oh, that's right. Either of you can help. Zamtrok.
Can they work together?
Yes, they
Okay,
can.
so hear me out. Cartography tools. I get double proficiency with tools because I am a tool.
He's been waiting all week to use that joke.
I have been so excited to flex my double proficiency with tools. I have been so excited.
Amarasi is the map.
It's
the map.
normally the worst
He's the
level
map.
up you
He's
can
the map.
take,
He's the map.
but I have a plus 10 with cartography tools now.
Damn. Okay. So let's get Amarasi. You haven't been in this region before.
Oh, I have not. Of course, I'm bad at this.
So for you, it is not going to be history. It is going to be a survival check for the map.
Okay.
For Healy and Maximus, if you both want to roll to help, roll with your navigator's tools. We're going to see how well you guys are navigating your way to the Pale.
What attribute are we using for the navigator tools?
Because if I'm not mistaken, navigator's tools attributes.
Mine says intelligence, which is very bad.
Yeah,
Great for me.
I believe.
You
It's,
wanna know what else
I
I
believe
can
it's
do?
intelligence. So
I can inspire you with my intelligence to add my intelligence modifier to your roll.
all right, and
You should do that.
Kind of thing, because I have a negative one.
well, let's see it. Let's see it.
So
Okay,
how do you
yeah.
inspire them exactly? Do
Oh.
you just
I don't even need it.
So It's like being a backseat gamer. I just point like if we were fighting someone with a big eye, I'd just point and be like, "You got to stab them in the eye, man. That's the way to do it." And you get inspired by my
It's
intelligence.
the Navi, like, see the big red thing? Hit the big red.
Yeah. So now I would walk up to you and I'd be like, "Okay, so that's the compass, Rose. It points north, so you can see which direction you're supposed to be going."
And then everybody else is like, man, this guy really knows what he's saying. I feel way more comfortable about what we're doing here now.
Absolutely. I'm here to help.
Speaking of your intelligence, I still need your roll for cartographer's tools.
Oh yeah. Did you wanted me to roll it as survival, or did you want me to?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll do the survivor's roll.
On the I didn't realize this, on the character sheets there's actually a thing for if you're proficient with something, you
Oops,
can
I
just
just
roll
double
that.
clicked.
Okay,
Oh,
you guys.
14.
I mean,
Yeah, that's what I
the
did.
Pale is massive. It's not like you're navigating your way into a small K or something like that. So you are heading in the direction of the Pale.
Great.
It is going to be a couple days journey before you actually reach the Pale. Right now, you are sailing your way across the Quinton Sea. Is there anything in particular you all will be doing over these couple of days of journey?
Yes.
All right.
That's all
Um,
you get. Just yes.
Yes.
We
Well,
will be
I
doing.
will-
I'm
I
glad you're
refuse
not
to
just doing
elaborate.
nothing.
So Zomtarok is basically, aside from desperately needing to rest for several days, is going to be verifying through the crew whoever the most senior sailor is on the ship right now. That is going to become the first mate if there isn't a first mate aboard. The second most senior sailor becomes the bosun. And anyone who is good with repair needs to become the carpenter. Anyone who is good with medicine among the crew is going to become the doctor. And then whoever is the next senior is going to be our quartermaster. Because
So-
those levels of the hierarchy really need filling.
Also, do keep in mind you can also try to pull from among the people of Flamehearth who are not sailors that you did rescue.
If any of them are good with ship stuff, then yes.
Well,
If
more
there's
so I
anyone
was
who's good at
saying
repair.
in regards to one of the abbots steps forward when you were talking and trying to find someone for the ship's doctor
Healy boys.
and raises his hand. It's just like, I have some
Okay,
experience
that
and
works.
training with healing if you need someone to be a doctor.
Excellent. You're hired.
And one of Tug Brunwick's apprentices steps forward and says, if you need someone to be a quartermaster, I can handle any sort of weapons or supplies you all need as long as we've got them here.
These apprentices remember who I am.
Yes. But you all just saved the entire, well, most
What's
people
left of
that
the
they knew. Yeah, what's left of the city. So they're kind of past
They're not
those
mad
kind
at
of
me
grief.
anymore.
They're, in the grand scheme of things, the cosmic balance of stealing scrap metal in your mouth as a wolf weighed against saving we just lost one, and that's put the cameras off for a second. So give me just 1 second, everybody.
Okay, that works.
All right, it's gonna be just a moment while I fix this.
I'm gonna also fix my tool proficiency because I did not put it in Roll20 right in the meantime.
Oh goodness.
Also, rip that my test roll is going to be the only nat 20 I get the entire session. I'm calling it now.
All right, give me just 1 second, real quick. All right, I'm going to have to real quickly take a second to fix these because I believe Lore. Oh no, Lore's back now. Okay, good. So should be able to start bringing these back. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good now. Sorry about that. So, you have massively improved your chances of surviving any upcoming encounters that might happen because now your ship is organized on who is doing what task.
Good.
So, very good.
Does this ship have any kind of defensive measures? Like, does it have? I hesitate to say guns, but ballistae or
So, you have, with the timeline of about what time you're in right now, gunpowder and projectile weapons of that sort are not nearly like they've just barely begun to become introduced. They're not near to the level of sophistication to be have widespread use, especially in larger form on ships. You have two smaller harpoons, and you have one ballista on the front of the ship.
Okay.
Because the Lord and I never anticipated that they would ever be in a situation where they did not have sea superiority. So they anticipated that they would not be on the defense.
Can we try and see what weapon the fleet behind us has? How boned we are?
So given that you are in the middle, if you are still on day
we're
one,
in the middle of the storm still.
you're still in the middle of the
Yeah.
storm, and you are at far enough of a distance, I'm going to say it is extremely unlikely that you'll be able to identify weaponry at this range. And you are building more and more and more distance as you travel throughout the day.
with the harpoons and ballistae, then I'm going to probably nominate Tug Brunwick himself or anyone else with engineering skill to be our gunners.
Engineering
those.
skill, you say?
Yes. If you want to help, you can, but
Excellent.
I'm honestly, Amarasi, I would much prefer.
Oh,
And
and now we lost Healy. Healy!
Dang.
I would much prefer to hold you as a navigator because I'd rather know where I'm going than have you shooting at things.
I
Okay.
suppose that's true.
And
So,
then once Healy's cam is back on, it should reorient everything back to where it should. There we go.
Sorry. I don't
That's
know
all
what happened.
I don't know.
I have no idea. It just stopped.
It's all good.
Trivial blame damages.
But do keep in mind, given that you only have a rough estimation of basically supplies loaded and how long those should last you, which is it should last you enough to reach the new continent as well as a couple days extra. But you also now have way more people brought on board the ship than were supposed to be there. So keep in mind, with food being basically currency you're spending for every day of travel, you will need to take these sorts of things into mind as you are traveling across the Quentin Sea, through the Pale, and beyond.
Oh, I'm not going to ask this now because this would really throw you under the bus, Winter. But for those people, the first mate, boatswain, carpenter, the abbot who's going to be our doctor, and the apprentice who's going to be our quartermaster, if you could just get me names at some point, or
I
just
can
make up some
definitely-
names,
I can definitely get you names.
because I'm not going to be like bosun, do thing. I just
just have a clear disregard for their
Listen,
type of
Just call them
person.
Healy's boys. All the abbesses call them Healy's boys.
All right, lads, let's get ladding.
Yeah, exactly. And at some
Get
point,
Lazarus.
probably the second day, Zam is going to call for all hands, including all passengers, because he's going to make a speech.
How do you feel about an ass tattoo?
I already have a tattoo.
I know. You the faithful one.
So
I need more people to give me
first
their
mate,
flesh.
bosun, quartermaster, doc.
Carpenter, quartermaster. Those are the other two, basically.
All right. So, as you increase your distance away from the cinders and the ruins of Lorid, what are your plans for the night going into the following day?
We and the other ships all need to have a watching the rear and to the, I guess if we're heading east, the north, and the south to make sure we're not being outflanked.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go to sleep. I desperately need to go to sleep. So whenever the day is coming to a close and I've basically been on navigational duty for probably 8 to 10 hours, I'm going to turn everything over to the first mate to start handing out duty to whoever else is on ship who's going to be the night crew. First night's probably going to be rough because we've all been awake, but after that we'll go into a day-night cycle. So
All right. So I imagine you're going to be having the first mates take over on the helm whenever you're asleep.
he will have the con when I'm sleeping, yes.
So your first mate is Trent Maynard. Trent for first name, Maynard spelled Maynod.
Great. I'll congratulate him on achieving the rank of first mate, and then say you have the con.
Aye,
I'm gonna
Captain.
volunteer for the night watch.
What was that?
I'm gonna volunteer for the night watch.
Okay. Anyone else doing any other tasks?
I need to track down the blacksmith.
Not far for him to go.
Yeah.
He's here on the ship.
Okay.
So you find him.
Okay. Where was he? I'm curious.
He was one deck below.
Okay. So as I'm walking down the deck, I see him and I kind of like awkwardly wave, and I'm like, "Hi, I need to speak to you."
Right, well, I'm not sure I need to speak to you, you little pissant. I'm still trying to figure out what all we have. What do you need?
Okay. So you sold me a piece of enchanted armor, right? It's very lightly enchanted, and I did not pay a fair price for this piece of enchanted armor. So I was wondering if you have an unenchanted piece of armor that I could exchange it for.
He sort of just like motions around the supply room.
Right. Do you see any fucking armor around us?
That is a good point. Uh, do you have a shield or something, or like anything? Did you grab weapons? You just grabbed weapons, didn't you?
Actually, that's a good point. Let me check my bag of things I brought from my shop.
And he grabs a bag and he reaches in and he just...
Look at that! I found this for you. This is about all I've got.
Two rare birds. They're going long. They're going fast.
Well, is there any way I can help you? Wait, we're on the ocean. Is there anything I can do to help you out in the meantime? Yeah.
Well, Has any of our people checked out that ballista on the front of the ship, made sure it's still in good working order?
I think it has been looked at, but I don't think anybody with any expertise looked at it and ensured its function.
That's all he
Oh,
does is just do
this-
that motion like this, like
That's that you're indicating I should check. Okay, all right. He heads up to go check on the ballista.
okay.
Tug is so fucking awesome.
Tug's a legend.
What a mad lad.
Absolute mad.
It's always great to have a dickhead aboard.
I thought that was gonna be my role, but then Tug showed up.
Nah.
I
Yeah.
bowed down to the king.
Tug is the one true god of this world.
I guess I shouldn't call him a king. The thems? Ah, fuck it. The Thord.
The Jarl. The Jarl of dickheadedness.
The one true lad among us.
Sorry, I'm real quickly
sounds
for
kinda
the second
sus.
day doing the weather rolls.
I'll go ahead and check the weather for
Hey,
24 hours.
Do I need to roll to look at the ballista or anything?
yes, you do.
Okay.
So,
Also,
Uh,
while we're just like doing stuff, I'm gonna be asking around about sea creatures
interesting.
and
Okay.
if we see any. Because I can swim now,
Very
Congrats.
but I have to see
Swimming
sea
is cool.
creatures to do so. So the only ones I've ever seen are in the woods.
I don't think
Let's
there are any
see.
sea creatures in the woods.
There are fish.
Have you seen an elk?
Well, are you gonna be a fish?
You can now.
All right. So I'm gonna need to roll this again because. All right. No, this is still day one. Yeah. So,
Yes.
we're going into this, but this is the weather for that you're going into right now. So temperatures are staying at normal. The winds are still high winds, but they are now changing direction to south. And the skies will be clearing up. It'll be a perfectly clear sky.
Nice.
So no more rains and no more clouds. Let me do another one just to establish
Perfect
what
to
the
see a
weather.
whale.
What the weather is going to be for tomorrow.
Great, hopefully. I wonder if I can use shatter on the ocean.
How are you going to
You
shatter?
are a fucking
that's
madman.
Well, think of like it's like a submarine, like using freaking max radar to just kill fish around it.
No. The spell you
And then-
want is water walking.
Also,
Well-
that would be sonar.
All right, sorry. What was
one,
that?
that would be sonar, and two, everyone on the ship would then be deaf.
Semantics.
Is it though?
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna die if we don't have food, and we need to feed a lot of people.
That was a point that I was going to make, is that after day 2, we probably need to really heavily ration all the food.
A very good point.
Turkey do we have left?
All right, and thank you, Distils. Let me get you a quick shout out as well.
It's like, unless the Midgard serpent is coming for lunch, then I don't know if we have
Let me
enough food
Actually, hydrate with water.
for more than a day.
All right. So, Amarasi Gordon rolled Tinkerer's Tools for me.
Yes. Yes.
And as you were going through Zamtrok.
Wow, I rolled an 8.
The person who's best suited for the woodworking is Amarasi.
Okay.
I hate that that's correct.
You are now the ship's carpenter. Congratulations.
Yay! I got promoted-ish.
So Amarasi, as you were going through and investigating the ballista, you notice that it's been somewhat lazily and improperly assembled. A little too long of piece for the Loridai has led to somewhat lower standards and regulation of the installation and upkeep of some of this weaponry. So you're able to go through and identify problems that would have actually prevented it from firing in an actual fight.
Well,
Super.
I'm naming it Bally and immediately beginning work on it.
All right.
Let's get you nice and fixed up, Bally.
And Horns, especially exhausted after the events of the day, just goes down and passes out. Maximus, are you doing anything in particular?
I think after the events of the day and making sure everybody was safely aboard, Max would probably return down to the hold, where it's nice and quiet for the most part, minus the rats, and probably doze
Rats?
off. You know, um, maybe meditate.
Okay.
Yes, Healy, rats.
As
I'm ready.
you begin to meditate, you don't hear anything from the entity that you were conversing with prior. And you also don't feel his presence in any way.
Fun.
But you do hear a different voice. This one sounds as if it's someone talking to you straight from in front of you. And it's just a very quiet.
You have done well. I'm proud of you, boy. It's not always easy to put aside one's hatred. Sometimes it's needed, but you did the right thing.
What would one get from killing somebody that was technically already dead? All I would do is bring mercy upon somebody that I hated.
You and I both know that wasn't why you left him behind.
And why did I do it?
To save something good instead of killing something bad.
Maybe. Maybe. And to who do I owe the honor to this time? The last one that spoke to me when I meditated was nothing but anger and hatred. Who is it? Who am I speaking to this time?
No answer.
Good. Love the silence. Max is gonna look up and see if he could see anything.
Nothing around.
He's just gonna rub his eyes and goes, "Oh, maybe I should get more sleep. I'm too old for this." And then go to sleep.
All right. Anyone doing anything else before we go to the next day?
No,
Okay.
actually.
Making the repairs on the ballista will be a couple day long process.
Okay.
Rossi, just so you know.
Will the use of mending speed it up at all?
Not really, because it's not necessarily a problem
Yeah,
of the
it's-
parts being broken. It's just that they were improperly assembled
That's what I figured.
and not checked up on as they should have been.
Oh god, I just had a terrible idea.
What?
We'll wait for that in the morning.
Okay. All right. You all. Oh, go ahead.
I'm
Wilson.
sorry.
Hey, welcome back.
Before we transition, but someone else jumped in, so I apologize. I'll wait.
No, please go, because
All right. I was trying to listen in to the best I could, but we had a bunch of dead zones. So,
No worries.
touching base, we're asking for night watch. I heard correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did we decide that rotation?
One person has been decided on for Night Watch, and that's Healy.
Okay. Well, actually, that's probably the same reason. I have night vision, so putting me on night watch, you get some of the best eyes on it, as well as another elf.
All right.
So I'll offer anything else pertinent that.
Amarasi is fixing the only long-range weapon that you have on the ship, which is a ballista at the front of the ship, which had been improperly assembled. Maximus had a moment with some unknown entity.
Mm-hmm.
Zamtarok was able to successfully identify people among the survivors and the crew of the ship to help give you guys a little bit more organization and increase your guys' chances of survival at sea. And you're all navigating your way to the Pale.
Exciting stuff. All right, perfect. Thank you for. And I heard Horns is sleeping. Right.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so wait for that fun interaction.
Dom is going to pray before he goes to bed.
All right. Go ahead and make a religion roll for me.
Oh, yes, sir.
All righty. You don't hear anything, but you do feel a bit of a calming presence. Your prayers have been heard.
It's essentially all he's praying for is for everyone aboard these ships to be protected on our journey, and to be those who need healing to be healed well, including himself, obviously, because he's pretty exhausted.
A couple other members of the crew also volunteered to help out with watch alongside Healy and Boss. And you all.
Speaking of, Healy, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No
Which
worries.
what part of watch do you want? Do you want first go crack at it, or prefer to get some sleep and then wake up?
I only need 4 hours of sleep, so I can get along and do the last half.
Deal. I'll take the first part.
Eye on animals for me.
That's right. I did hear that. We are actively keeping an eye for sea creatures, right?
Yes.
If you'd like to. It's not a
Uh,
requirement.
well, if I'm up there and I'm keeping an eye, I'll keep an active eye out if I do see any sea wildlife. Who knows what kind of devilish things are in the pail?
See a shark.
Okay, just hint, hint. All right, I'm done.
I'll just type the instead of typing this out for you, Zamtrak. I'll go ahead and just say it. So for the ship that you are on,
Yes.
which is named the Hydra.
The Storm Fury, right?
It'll be changing tomorrow.
Okay. So she is about 30 feet wide, about 110 feet long, 3 decks. And it has 4 masts, 4 sails.
Okay.
And I also have your list with your crew here as well.
Excellent.
So I'll go ahead and post it to you real quick. I'll post it over in the Beyond the Pale chat for you. That way everybody can have access to all of it. So, your first mate is Trent Maynard. Gave Herod is your bosun. Marasi is your carpenter. Tug Brunwick is your quartermaster. He is the one that has the most experience with all your supplies and everything. And Brother Lavi is your doctor.
Awesome.
All right. So, you go to sleep. For the people who are on the night watch, nothing seriously eventful happens. As you are on the ship, the rocking of it being a sort of comforting motion perhaps for some of you, perhaps a bit sickening for some of the rest of you, you begin to drift off. And as you do, all of you have the same shared dream. Standing on a ship similar to the one that you are on now, you see, through the eyes of a young fighter named Darrigan, as he's talking with one of the crewmates, he looks to the bow and sees a stocky dwarf sitting just shy, leaning on the edge of the railing near the bow, and the bowsprit itself. As they approach the mists of the Pale, their ship stops moving. And the most curious thing happens. The dwarf near the bowsprit pulls out his journal, tears off a page, starts tearing off small pieces and tossing one by one pieces into the water in front of them. More happens, but you can't remember when you wake up. It's fuzzy. It is now the next day. The skies are clear. It's sunny out. Wind is still blowing, but it's now blowing in a crosswind from where you were going. It's going in a southerly direction. Temperatures are normal.
Okay, so
And based
I
on,
be-
I was going to say real quick, based on the sea charts that you all are reading, you should reach the Pale tomorrow.
So I would like to quickly use the gold ring that we got from the two bandits like forever ago
Mm-hmm.
and attune it or infuse it to be a spell refueling ring.
Okay, can you link for me real quick with that?
Yes.
Would I have seen this dream as well in the first 4 hours while I was asleep?
That's not
Yes.
well.
Throughout the night, each
So-
of you had this same dream.
Okay.
So it's an Artificer Infusion I just got, so I have not ported it to Roll20 yet, but that is the D&D Beyond link for it. That I sent to you.
And is it a one-time use?
So it's I can attune. So I infuse the ring, but it uses one of my infusion slots and one of my active infusion slots and one of my active attunement slots.
Okay, so I'm looking at it right now, because this was the question I was going to ask.
Okay.
So, once used, the ring can't be used again until the next dawn.
Yeah.
That's... Okay.
So it's a once a day thing of just like you get another spell slot basically.
Yep.
And then I'm going to not specifically attune it, so I can't use it at the moment.
Okay. No worries. So, also I will say, given the events of the previous day, all of your morale kind of took a hit. All of your morale will go down by 1 just for what did happen on the previous day. Oh, I see. You were adjusting. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. I was confused. I was like, who's rolling in for what? Alright. So, second day. Captain Zamtarok Stormfury. What are you,
Zomtrok's first order of business is to go to Tug, and basically he will address him as the quartermaster and say, we need to determine how much food and rations we have aboard, and we need to start rationing them pretty severely because we have a lot more mouths to feed. If we can maintain normal rations until we hit the Pale and get through it, fine. If things need to go down a little bit and everyone needs to tighten their belts, I'm going to make an announcement today to everyone aboard the ship. So,
Right, well, I suppose we could do that.
and he calls over to one of his apprentices.
Hey, start getting a head count of how many people we have on board.
And they start getting to work.
and then he's going to basically call for all hands that are awake and all the passengers because he needs to make an announcement.
Okay. Amarasi, Lore, Maximus... sorry, I said Lore. Boss. Amarasi, Boss, and Maximus, you all, if you weren't already awake, get woken up and notified that there's a all-hands-on-deck meeting.
Aye, aye, Cap.
So, Everyone gathers up on the weather deck, the top deck.
Dom basically stands at the helm and looks over the swath of people aboard the ship and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have come from ruin and go to the Pale to seek a new life abroad. We are running from an enemy that fights with terror and flames. We must keep a weather eye about us and behind us. If any of you see anything abnormal, see ships that have our enemy's crest on their sails, I ask you to inform the crew and myself, or whoever is on duty at the time, immediately. But we have weathered that storm, and we will continue to weather it ahead. I would ask if any of you would wish to be put ashore somewhere, but I'm afraid that we will need every set of hands where we are going. We must pass through the Pale and head to the new lands, and there we will build anew. We will have homes again, every one of you. If I have to build them with my own hands, I will. We will rise from these ashes, and we will survive." To the crew of this ship, if any of you feel better capable of captaining this vessel, I ask you to step forward. If you have any misgivings about my command, I extend the same offer. And he waits to see if anyone steps forward.
As he's waiting, I'm gonna cast Create or Destroy Water.
Mm.
I'm gonna make it rain. Do a little drizzle over him.
Okay. What?
Why?
No.
Why
I'm-
not?
I'm,
I love it.
Okay.
well,
I love it.
I want to hear out.
Okay.
What are you intending? Because I am genuinely curious, and I'm willing to go with, but I want to see where your mind's at with this.
Because he likes water, so that's like my little I support you, and hopefully everyone else will be like, oh, this guy has a cool little rain cloud going on. He should know the water.
Wait,
True.
okay, what did I miss? Sorry, I was gone for like the last minute and a half.
Zamtruck just addressed the crew, and Healy made a little rain cloud over him.
Okay, so, Amorossi will, like, awkwardly raise his hand.
A wrong time to
Wow.
raise your hand.
Dang it.
That's
Is
true,
he-
yeah. You kind of left out a big part.
Yeah, because he basically Zamtruck just said if anyone thinks that they're more capable of captaining this ship, step forward now.
Oh, no then.
Okay.
I'm not that
Ambrose
stupid.
just starts raising a hand and then goes, "Oh wait, never mind."
He starts raising his hand and then, like, Horns is
Rossi's
nearby
like-
and just goes, no.
He's like looking at the rain cloud and he's idly thinking about things and he like awkwardly starts to raise his hand and then somebody like just smacks his hand down.
Moves the rain cloud, and we're like, no. Little lightning bolt.
Zamtruck, how do you react to having this in a clear sky, sunny day, having this rain cloud that's just raining on you?
He actually chuckles and says, "Thank you, Valkor, for your acceptance of my captaincy." Very well then.
It was
Roll.
Because that was fucking bad.
I was going to say, roll persuasion with advantage.
Okay.
Because there might be some people on the crew who believe that you are not fit.
Ow.
So,
Well,
ready to
was
see
fun.
what I rolled? I'm going to hold it up to the camera.
Hopefully a one.
Okay.
Wow,
Yes.
nice.
No one dares to challenge your captaincy. They're too respectful of the work that you have done to save people, or they are too damn scared at this behemoth of a minotaur who apparently can summon rain at a whim.
Max is just looking at this in he's not dumbfounded. He's just shocked that it worked. He's just like,
It's just so stupid it might work.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what?
Is that
This is
Healy's
a
tagline?
round of applause and whistling from
Stupid
Boss.
might work.
All right. Now
Boss,
Ambrosi raises his
roll
hand.
performance.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, who? Me?
You.
Oh, Snapdragons. Okay.
You're cheering and whistling. I want to see if you start getting the crowd into it with you.
I was actually. I mean, I like that he's like sitting up here, and then the group he's been partying with is just taking the piss out of him. Like, oh god, I have terrible performance. Well, sorry, brother.
oh, wow.
Yep.
You start cheering, and it's kind of one of those things of like not reading the room entirely right, because the mood is very somber. So you start
yeah.
cheering and whistling, and like a couple of the people, you hear like a couple of weak claps, and
Well,
those weak
as long
claps,
as Zom knows that it's us being assholes, that's perfectly fine.
the weak claps
Just
immediately
kind
die
of
down
like-
when they realize no one else is clapping.
Very well. All of us are going to have to tighten our belts. All the food and water we have is what we have. Although I know it's not tradition. We have come anew to this mission, and thus I believe the ship should have a new name. We fight the cinders and flame, so I call upon the name Storm's Fury. As we are moving forward, I know that there is some past business that we need to reflect on. We have likely all lost friends, family, those we have known possibly all your lives. I ask for a moment of silence. And when that moment is done, he is going to say, in remembrance of them, I have a song in mind. It may be somber, but I think it definitely fits our mood. And he sings out. I think this is... I don't know if this is at advantage, but I'm going to roll a performance roll.
Roll it.
Can I cast Enhance Ability to help him?
You can.
Sure.
I'm also
honestly
going
thought
to.
she was going to create more water. I was like, please stop.
I
also-
would also like to cast Prestidigitation for playing a couple of musical notes with it.
Okay.
It's the band performance. Oh,
Holy crap.
okay. Damn.
Very
Yes.
nice. And
I mean,
The early morn, the blood-red sky and the red sun split the air. Fire, fire came the cry and screams that rent the sky. Darrigan stayed for the lords who strayed and sent our party forth to gather those in hope to save, and the gods all sallied forth. Like the wind we ran across the land to save all that we could. Flames and death and burning breath, charring stone and wood. The press of those upon the docks and fire raining down. To the ship, or to the sea, to burn or else to drown. There stood the guard in phalanx form, knowing but to do or die. And fighting flames and wreathed in harm, held back a burning tide. Remember we great Darrigan and those who took up arms. Remember we the innocent dead and the grand flame hearth god.
damn, that was good.
I wrote that in
You-
5 minutes.
And also, both with the
Net-
real life performance and also with the net 20, you all gain 1 to your morale.
Yay!
Yay!
If anyone has any further business, please make it known.
Yes. I do.
Go ahead.
Do we have any fishermen aboard?
You see one of the holy men raise his hand, and a couple other of the civilians that you guys saved raise their hand.
Good. If we can find nets, cast them out. If we find rope, make nets, cast them out. We can hopefully mitigate this food shortage. And since somebody, then Maximus is going to look at Healy, can create water, I think our water problem might not be too bad. Anybody else that can create water, or at least knows how to distill salt water or seawater into fresh water, please make yourself useful.
Now
If
Emerasi
we
raises
work,
his hand.
yeah, if we can make this work as a unit, we might survive to the Pale and whatever is beyond. We must keep the strength of Flamehearth alive and give honor to those that have passed before us.
Well said.
Real quickly, Healy, if you could link create or destroy. Oh, never mind. I can see it right now.
Yeah, it's like scroll up a little bit.
How big
Yep,
of
yep,
an
yep, yep,
area
yep,
do
yep,
you
yep.
want? Because I have it up to the level 2, so I can make up to 40 feet.
So you can create
Level
up
3,
to
sorry.
10 gallons of clean water. Okay.
Or more at higher levels.
Or more.
I
I
have
mean, we have
those.
rain barrels.
Yeah.
All right. Because I need to do some quick maths.
Can make up to 30. Depends on how much water you want.
Well, because based on the math
'Cause
that I
have it
had
up to level
done,
30.
based on the math that I had done when I was giving you guys your experience, you'll have to not only account for you all, but also for everyone on the ship for how much water will be consumed on a daily basis. So, yeah.
Zomtrak also has the same spell.
Okay, yeah. So keep in mind, I'm just going to see basically how many spell slots you guys will have to expend on any given day in order to make sure that you are making enough clean water for everybody.
So
You will have to, unless you can identify whether or not there's people on the other 2 ships that are with you, you'll have to figure out either some way to help keep them supplied as well, or, like I said, identify people on those ships to create water or purify water.
Probably going to have whoever was signaling before to those ships try to continue to signal to them to forage the sea for food, and if any, make water as needed. Trying to think of how to make because flag, semaphore, and light-based communications are usually like single-word bursts. So it's like forage food, make water, call for help if needed, I guess.
Emerasi is like really stretching to raise his hand now. Like he's like wiggling his hand in the air too.
I said my
Amarasi?
piece. I was like, I'm not the captain.
So Emerasi like claps his hands together and he's like, first, on the first note, okay. So we can ritually purify urine to help with our water problems. Second, you see, we don't need to use weird fancy dancy methods to signal. We can just right in the sky of like things in the sky.
Amarasi? Shut up.
On the first note, if we absolutely run out of water, Amarasi, we will come to that when we need to burn that bridge.
No,
Um,
but this is like it's literally magically purifying urine and water. Like you gotta trust me on this.
I
Does
don't
this
think
involve a
that,
tattoo too?
I think
It does
that we'll
not.
really need to
I love
do
love
that
how he's not
right
even
now.
like, we can get seawater, bring it on board, and then purify it. He's just like, let's purify our piss.
If we can
Oh wait,
purify,
I can purify stuff
yeah, if we can purify urine, I'm sure we can just purify the seawater. Just
Well-
desalinate.
after I take a nap.
Okay, but how are we gonna move the seawater onto the ship water?
You tie a rope around a barrel and dump it in the sea, and then draw it back up.
That is a good point.
At that point, actually, the entire bilge of the ship could become clean water in a moment.
I can do that ritually, and in theory, it just takes 15 minutes. So, you know, we can just
The water will
purify
be
water.
probably not a problem, which is good because it means we won't run out of water.
While
Thank
this
you.
entire conversation is going on, Maximus is actively face palming.
As far as writing in the sky, while it is a good idea, I would rather we not give away our position to the entire fleet of enemy ships that are following after us.
Okay, so how far is the distance between our ships? I'm asking in character.
If they are if they're on the horizon or beyond it, then they're at least,
No, I mean our ships. We have 3 boats, right?
we're approximately, okay, 400 to 500 feet apart.
Yep.
Because of what he asked, and probably going to, being that these ships I assume are about the same size, he's probably going to dwindle that to 3 ship lengths, because 300 feet is really about as much as you really need. I didn't realize how big these boats were.
Yeah.
These ships.
So instead of writing in the sky, we could just make little, like, floaty letters on the side of the ship so that you would have to be beside the ship in order to see it. It wouldn't be so visible as to be from behind the ship.
Couldn't I just deliver a talking stick?
You could.
A talking stick, yeah.
You actually, if you could just swim to another ship, you wouldn't even have to have a talking stick.
Swim or fly. Yeah.
True. But anyway, my business is concluded. Those of you who are on night shift, by all means, get back to bed.
Oh, great people. All right, I'm gonna go back to working on the ballista.
All right, roll me Tinker's Tools.
All right, where is roll 20? There it is. Core. Tinker's Tools. Bam. Dock.
Very nice. So you've noticed the tension on the cord for the back of the ballista was way too loose. It would have had way too much slack if you actually tried to pull it back, and it wouldn't have shot. And you fixed it. You detached it, had a couple of people, strong people, pull it tight while you reattached it with good tension, not too much tension that it can't be drawn back, but now it'll actually fire at the distance it's meant to.
Really nice.
Zamtarak, once all of this is done and everybody starts splitting up, is also going to try and go find Arissa and Adelaide.
Okay. And I'm just going to real quickly put this out, because it's something that relates to what you were asking about, but also is something that I think everybody here should be conscious of when it comes to just day-to-day thing. Character needs 1 pound of food today if they are of average size, 1.5 if they are large. If you are eating less, then, for example, if you eat half a pound of food in a day, that counts as half a day without food. You can go without food for a number of days equal to 3 plus your constitution modifier. Minimum 1. And at the end of each day beyond that limit, if you are not eating, you begin for each day to suffer exhaustion. And eating a normal day of food resets it back to 0. As far as
Either you
water.
can make
Oh, sorry, go
you
ahead.
can make 10 good berries in a day.
I can make 30 right now.
Okay.
On
So
the
that's-
spell slot. But
You could make
Right.
40 if I gave you that ring and you attune yourself to it, I think.
Yeah. Potentially. As far as water,
Water.
a creature of normal size requires 1 gallon per day, 2 if it is hot. So if it is like extremely hot weather, you will need more water. That goes up by half for creatures of large size. If you do not, if you drink half as much as that or less in a day, you must similarly succeed on a DC 15 con save or suffer a level of exhaustion.
Okay. With that being said, I think if Healy can make food for the party, that will remove at least us from the equation of people who need food, and any of the quote-unquote hierarchy of the ship. Anyone who is on watch would get good berries. That way, that many people at least can be reduced. Anyone who is just a passenger who isn't actively able to do work on the ship because they don't know how to do sailorship, those are the ones who are going to have to really tighten their belts and may be given a little less food.
Okay.
For at least, we're going to probably do like 2 days on half rats and then a day of full food to try and recover. Just to try and conserve food as best we can.
Okay.
That's if we don't catch anything, I'm sure.
Yeah, assuming everyone cannot eat off of whatever we forage. If we forage enough for everyone to eat a full ration, fine. But otherwise, if we're starting to eat into our supplies, that's the rub.
do we know how much jerky we have left?
The jerky was on the wagon
Yeah, we kind of lost all of that in the fire.
because nobody brought the wagon to the ship.
Yeah. I think we kind of forgot it was
Love
all
that,
in the wagon.
I'm sorry. Nobody brought something while we're in the middle of a fucking siege. How dare we?
No, it's not a how
I
dare you, but
can't.
it is a sorry guys, that's the reality. Nobody was like, oh hey, we're in the middle of a siege, let's get the jerky on board.
Yeah, we also
Though-
didn't stop by What's His Nuts warehouse and be like, we need all our shit now!
I have to admit, Max made the correct decision. He did bring the most important thing: coffee.
I hate you.
Max,
welcome.
the coffee that you were able to bring with you has enough for 3 days.
Yeah.
3 servings of
Like
coffee.
3 days. Oh, okay.
Basically 3 pots of coffee.
And yet nobody knows I have it with me.
True.
I want to learn how to fish.
So,
Whenever people are fishing, Keely's gonna go to learn and help.
okay. Man, If only you guys had some good fishing, like good fishermen. If only Nomad was there with you guys.
Man, if only I had known to bring fishing tools, because that's definitely a thing.
Yeah, fishing tackle.
I was gonna say, that's... You guys don't have... you guys look around and there's only like a couple of like fishing rods. Basic... More so the plan was is that you guys would have a couple of fishing rods with you when you arrived at the New World to help you catch fish and survive. There was never the consideration of, you know, oh, there's going to be a whole bunch of refugees on this ship who will deplete the food supply you guys will have that should last you until you reach the other world. So you'll need to consistently fish. So you do not have enough fishing rods nor a net yet. So you guys will either have to identify people to make those and get them to work, or you will have to make those.
Which was kind of the
I have
point of my proclamation.
21 bad berries
Yep.
we can use for bait.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I was like, if you are a fisherman, you then would know how to make a net if you needed to. So use whatever rope we have to make as close to one as you can. So anything not, up in the riggings or whatever could then be used to make stuff. Granted, it'd probably take a day to make said acceptable, net, but hopefully we have people already working on it. Kind of my thought process when I was making that. Like, if you could do it, do it.
Mm-hmm.
We need to start forging as much as we can.
Do we? I guess we can ask this in character if we're all kind of still hanging out. Do we know where the food is located, and are we taking an inventory of it?
Tug, our quartermaster, is basically doing that. He's taking a head count of everyone and verifying how much food and water we actually have on this ship. And part of our signaling to the other ships is basically asking them what they have and their head counts and that kind of stuff. So by the end of the day, we'll have basically a list of food and water we have in supply, letting people know that they need to forage for both food and water from the ship as best they can, and knowing how many people and what skill sets we have among these three ships.
Okay. As just a thought, I doubt I'm the only terrible person on this boat. So, just maybe keep an eye on it.
So,
You tell me you're stealing food?
There are
so
people who may.
Not yet.
who all in character took a copy of Esgor's journal? The journal that Darrigan was referencing when you guys first met, and he set it down, and Albergine said that each of you would be provided with one. Did any of you
Yes.
Yes.
not accept?
It's not the one I wanted, but
I have that written as Aubergine's journal because I wasn't sure who the hell that was.
Yep. So the journal that you received belonged to Esgor Sonye, who was the mage of the first expedition, the one who helped navigate them through the Pale. If you pull up the World Anvil, you can search him. First name spelled E-S-G-O-R-E. Esgor. For any of you that had gone through and looked at it, you would have seen that they don't know exactly how long they traveled to reach the new continent. Because while they were in the Pale, they could not see the sky, so they could not tell the passage of time. But they had enough food with a crew of 50 men, themselves included, to last them for nearly a month, and they did not use all of it. They had some left over. So based on those calculations, you all were provided with a similar amount but slightly reduced. So as you head down to go and find Irissa and Adelaide, Zamtarok, Tug catches your arm on the way down.
Right. I just did a count. We've got about 110 hands on the ship altogether. 750 pounds of food.
Very well. What did I think I missed the part. How long did they believe that they traveled through the Pale?
They could only base it off of their consumption of food. They had about 1,200 pounds of food, and they still had about 200 left over when they reached the Pale. But they're not certain whether or not that's an accurate measurement of how many days it took them. So, food did get loaded on. Not all of it got loaded on, and some of it has already been consumed. You have 750 pounds of food remaining.
Okay. Zom is going to tell Tug how we're doing the rationing. That we need everyone who can to basically forage, who is capable, and anyone who knows how to either turn seawater into pure water. Any available barrels, basically, we really need water to make sure that everyone has water. And we need to start fishing, because we're going to have anyone who is actually working the ship we're going to try and keep as well fed as possible. Anyone who is not working will have to go without, basically working on, they'll be given half food for 2 days, and then a full day of rations, and then continuing until we reach land.
Right, that works for me.
And he gets to work.
And then Zom's going to continue looking for Irissa.
Right. Boss, what are you doing during all this? All right. Maximus, what are you doing during all this?
Max is probably going to go to the back of the vessel and kind of stare out towards where we were, also checking to see if the Baldrian ships are, catching or not. And just kind of contemplate the shitstorm that's coming, effectively.
You look back, and on the horizon, you do still see the Fuldrick ships. They're a ways away, but they're there on the horizon still. Healy, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go ask the Decot how to fish so I can help. And I'm
Okay.
gonna provide 21 of my berries that are no longer magical for bait.
Okay. Amarasi?
Is the ballista at this point in pretty much repaired, or is there still work to be done on it?
There's still work to be done.
Okay. I'm going to continue with
So-
that.
Among the problems that you've identified, the problems were the tension on the cord, which you've now fixed.
Yep.
The gears that were there to help elevate and lower the angle of it. And then also the mechanism to turn it.
Okay. Is it a matter of, the parts are shoddily made or just shoddily put together?
So from what you can tell, it looks like they're shoddily put together and shoddily upkept.
Okay.
It
Okay.
looks like someone assembled them 5 to 8 years ago, good enough to look like it was good, and then nobody ever checked up on it again afterwards.
Okay. I'm going to work to make it functional for now, but in future I'll probably work to like replace a lot of the older wooden parts that are kind of poorly maintained.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll for me. Going through and repairing one of those parts, I will say, will take half a day's work.
Okay.
But you can go faster depending on how well you roll.
Okay. Tinker's tools again.
Yep, and if anyone is helping you, this can help up the speed of the progress, potentially. Okay. Alright.
Wow, that is terrible for having a +10.
Well, thank goodness for a +10. Because otherwise it would have been a 2 instead of a 12. So it's gonna take around about half a day to fix this. And it's already kind of getting into the late morning, early afternoon times. So unless you're working on other parts throughout the night, you will be able to restore one of the two functions that are kind of iffy on this thing before you reach the pail itself.
Okay.
So you need to decide on what function you're going to restore for me.
Okay, so the two functions that are left are the one to aim.
So one is to elevate or lower, so aim
Okay.
up or down, and the other is to turn it, so aiming left or right.
Oh god. I think the left or right is probably the better option.
Okay. Well, alright, so that'll be half a day's work of you working on that. Zamtruck, you head below deck. And amidst the roughly 110 people on the ship, it takes you a little bit to find where Irissa and Adelaide are. But after, Gordon, roll investigation for me. It's going to take a bit. We're just seeing how long it takes you to find them. It takes you a very long time, not least of which also because a lot of people are wanting to talk to you since you are their captain.
Yeah.
So after a couple hours of looking in the wrong places and, oh, hey, by the way, captains,
Yep.
you eventually find them.
Oh, he's basically going to walk over and just ask them how they're doing. Are they all right? And basically tell Orissa, I'm terribly sorry that I basically have dragged you away from your family home and thrown you onto a ship, and I am now taking you to the place where your husband has disappeared. But unfortunately, I don't have a better option. This is the most safe place I can take you.
So Irissa is sitting basically on the floor of the deck with Adelaide laying down in her lap. And she's just like, given the alternative, I think it's probably for the best. We would have died. Thank you.
I'm glad I could at least save both of you.
At least now, she might get to see her father.
Right. If you have any hand at fishing, perhaps, it would honestly be best on some further calculations, if you could help out with the crew with either purifying some water up, likely just boiling it in the kitchen, or fishing off the front or rear of the ship.
I'll help however I can.
Thank you. And then he's basically going to head back to above decks and make sure somebody is manning the helm and probably go back to after being bothered by most of everyone on the ship. Go back to his cabin.
All right. Real quickly, boss, give me that roll. Healy, go ahead and give me a survival roll as well. All right.
Oof.
So, Healy, as you go to help with fishing,
Keely overboard.
No,
you
he leaves
you cast the line with the fishing pole, one of the two fishing poles that you have. And as you cast, you realize you hadn't quite set it on the spool correctly. And as you cast, the line keeps going and going, and then it's gone. And you are left with a fishing pole that has no line on it.
At least I stayed on the ship.
You did stay on the ship at least.
And I see the line.
Yes, it is like a couple tens of feet back and steadily increasing in distance behind the ship. It's just... and it's gone.
I don't,
What was that?
I don't want to wait to
Okay.
let it go.
Boss, as
Perhaps
you
you should make some good berries.
Boss, as you are perusing the captain's cabin, you see charts, you see a few other envelopes, orders from the crown, some of the captain's personal effects that he had kept on the ship. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Generally, not so much charts because the Pale is uncharted, but something of a personal nature. Most captains, I would believe, would keep journals, some records of their travels. If this one was tasked with leading a expedition to the Pale, or at least sailing it, he might have experience doing it with the previous group or one of the other ones.
So the previous group went through and has not returned yet. And then the first expedition, as I'm sure you already know, only one person survived from that expedition. So you do find the captain's log, which mostly talks about some of the previous trips that this ship, formerly known as the Hydra, now known as Storm's Fury, had made. Mostly running goods from Lorid to Teresius and back.
Any personal thoughts or notations about the upcoming ship or trip?
You can tell he's keeping... as you read through the captain's log, you see it's all very professionally kept. But you can definitely tell that there is not exactly an air of excitement about going into uncharted fogs of death.
Understandable. And then, if there's nothing really jumping out, maybe a quick rummage through a desk, looking for anything of locking, keys.
You do not see any keys, but you do see a locked cabinet in the captain's quarters. Most likely, since you're not seeing the key anywhere, either the key is hidden or the captain kept it on himself.
Gotcha. Man, I gotta have thieves' tools. All right, but not to overstay my welcome, I'll take a swing at a later time, and I'll head and make my way to where, well, I guess below decks, but I don't know where the food's kept. So I'm going to start poking my nose in places.
Okay.
Though I guess if I see Brug as well, since Zom told me he's doing the inventory. So either the food storage or Tug himself. And that's it.
Okay. Healy, roll survival for me.
I'm afraid.
Maximus, are you helping on any other tasks on the ship? Or are you going to be helping with navigating?
I'll be helping with navigating.
Alright. So roll with navigators for me. Okay. Okay. Still good enough to get you to the Pale. And I'm going to go ahead and roll for one other crewmate who's going to be basically filling the role of reading the map and using the cartographer's tools.
Max, you sure are a tool of a navigator.
Oh, look at that.
Oh. 17.
Fat ol' 17. So, you guys are indeed still on course as far as you can tell. Pretty closely. There's been a couple of slight deviations, which can be accounted for by the winds change or the currents changing and moving you in different directions slightly, but you're on track to where you need to be going. Healy, you, after losing the line, set the rod down, and you see one of the women who's there with a couple other guys motion you over, and she starts talking with you. She used to be the wife of a fisherman before he passed, God rest his soul, and this older woman is showing you how to make a fishing net, and working together with her, you help complete one fishing net.
I'm glad I could help.
It does take you a good part of the day, but you guys have completed it, and some of the people who are more experienced with fishing start casting it over the side and pulling up anything that they can, which I am going to roll to see how much... Oh, okay. So, over the rest of the day, about 45 pounds of fresh fish is caught and brought up onto the ship.
Would you hate me if I asked what kind of fish?
I slightly would.
Ill-tempered sea bass.
Only slightly, so it's worth it.
It's Animal Crossing, so it's nothing but sea bass.
Absolutely.
It's C++. That.
And then there's like one salmon thrown in there for good measure.
So most of it is things like, give me a second.
One of the fish is like, I'm a magical golden trout, and I can... And then they gut him.
Yes.
So you catch a
Does that
sea
mean
bream or
I'm
two.
golden?
They catch a sea bream or two, a flounder, a couple, snappers, and some sea bass.
I can build my water list.
Let me say, I just imagine they're pulling fish aboard in these nets, and Healy's just sitting there like, I can turn into that, and I can turn into that, and I've always wanted to be a flounder.
Look how flat it is.
Zamtarok, you make your way back to the weather deck, and then to the aft of the ship into the captain's cabin. What are you looking to do anything in particular in there?
Actually, yes. He's going to look for the captain's effects, like if he had a jacket or a hat.
So he did have a hat, and he did have a jacket that are stowed away in his clothes locker. You could tell that the captain was not a tall man, but a broad man.
Basically going to take these things, and if there's any weighty object like his boots in there, he's going to take a little bit of string or rope and sort of tie them all together and open the rear window and toss them overboard and say, "Rest easy, Captain."
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
I was really hoping you were going to wear a crop top.
Well, I was gonna say I didn't know if this was gonna be along the lines. Shortly after the first mate walks in, Captain, we've got just what we need. We just need about 1 jacket and 1 pair of trousers worth of cloth, and we'll be able to make another net. What's with that? What's with the sour look, Captain?
God.
No, doesn't happen. Just
I was gonna say, if they're literally like, we need cloth and things for like sail repair and making nets and stuff, he's gonna be like, oh good. He'll literally like go around to passengers and be like, if you have some extra clothes or cloth or rope, that now would be the time to offer it up.
Yeah. So, you all eating normal sort of like rations or good berries or stuff like that, or half rations, so to speak. Your morale is not taking a hit, but it's certainly not taking a boost, so for the rest of this day, your morale stays more or less at about the same level.
Okay. I was actually going to ask about that because I wasn't sure what... I am under an assumption that about 40 members of crew are actually working. Because there's 110 people total on this ship.
Yes.
So
So at any one
40 to
time...
75.
At any one time, at about 40 people are working.
Okay. Zama's going to go look for boss next, basically.
Okay. It's getting into the evenings. You do find boss.
Boss. I hope you can hear me.
He may or may not be there. Boss, you there?
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
He's going to basically ask boss to come to the cabin, to the captain's cabin, because he needs to speak to him privately. And as he goes back above deck, if Healy isn't too terribly busy, if he can talk to her and Maximus just for like a minute. Like,
As you come up to the top deck, you see Healy sort of like... Well, actually, I'll let Healy talk about what Healy's doing. Healy, what are you doing? As people are bringing fish on board.
Healy is staring very intently at these fish like, yes, a new friend, and then throws it in the pile.
Which then goes into a barrel.
Okay, so if I'm gonna, well, if he says that, if he took hours down below deck looking for the 2 ladies, was I able to inspect the cabin and then make my way down before he finds me?
Yes.
Okay.
He was not aware... He had no indications that you were in there. And you were in and out before anyone else.
Well, no, I don't mind if he knows I was in there.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to tell him I was in there.
Yeah.
But I was more interested in finding the food storage or tug.
So
he grabbed me, or no?
before he finds you, you do find Tug.
Okay. Actually, I never met you. I hear you're our new quartermaster.
That's right. If you're looking for extra food, the answer's no.
Actually, I'm coming to discuss making sure people don't get extra food.
Right, it's the orders from the captain. Half rations for 2 days, and then regular ration for a day.
How much do we have?
Well, we have about 750 pounds of food, and 110 mouths to feed.
That math doesn't sound like it adds up very well.
Afraid not. That's why the captain's got people trying to fish and get what they can.
And the storage for the food, is that locked?
Goes into barrels, gets locked in the hold, lock and key.
And I'm guessing you're the one with lock and key being quartermaster?
He puts a finger up against his nose.
Oh, now that would be telling.
Huh? Well, as long as the only person who would be stealing the food is me, I'm fine with that.
Alright, you could do that. I'll lop your hands off. But you could do that.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Tug. You seem a pleasurable sort.
Right, piss off.
Okay.
And then
Then,
Zamtrog finds
I
you.
will be grabbed, and I will come up.
Zom is basically going to try and gather the party for like a 2-minute discussion.
Okay.
Whenever he comes to get me from looking at fish, I'm just gonna kind of like take away. Like, okay.
Are you also getting Maximus and Amarasi?
Yes.
All right. As you are looking around, I imagine, Maximus, you're basically doing along the same lines of what you were doing, keeping watch over the back of the ship. And Amarasi, you're still working on the ballista.
Absolutely.
And that's where you find them.
After gathering them, he's basically going to take a piece of parchment out of the captain's, either the captain's log or out of his pack, out of his own journal, and quickly write down a set of figures, trying to determine based off of 40 working crew and 75 non-workers with what the rationing is right now. He kind of looks a little grim because after he adds all the numbers up, he goes, okay. And he's going to speak very quietly at this point and go, Brunwick, our quartermaster, has told me that we have 750 pounds of food aboard this ship. If we are feeding the working crew a full ration and ourselves some good berries, that means that we are, with the assumption from the journal, I'm going to add a couple of days to what they had to do through going through the Pale and getting to the New World. That would mean that even rationing food, we will be almost 1,000 pounds short. Because adding from this day, 75, 75, 110, 75, 75, 110, continuing to the last 2 days where we would hopefully be on land, if not very, very close. The last 2 days being everyone being fed a full ration. Just to make sure that we are strong enough to get aboard, get ashore and make some kind of makeshift dwellings temporarily so that we can live. If we don't all just stay on the ship. That would come out to a total of 1,670 pounds of food, which means we are 920 pounds short, about 1,000 pounds. So,
We need a really big fish.
we need a lot of fish. We need a lot of food. Water I don't think will be as much of a problem because we can almost continuously either, some of us can make it, I know I can, or gather it and distill, or he just like looks over at Boss and is like, Boss? What?
Yeah. I was in here earlier. It's something with me and Mox. So go ahead. I'm listening. Yeah,
Oh,
1,000
okay.
pounds food. Bad.
I still slap you and say, not right now.
So
Mm.
this obviously needs to be kept very quiet, telling the entire crew and our passengers that we are going to run short of food swiftly is bad. So if you all can continue whatever you're doing, but along the same level, we are going to need every scrap of food, any birds that we can catch out of the sky, any drop of water that we can get. We are going to begin to need to, at least over the next 10 days, gather as much of it as we can, and it is very likely that over the second 10 days, if we do not reach land, that we are going to start losing passengers. Specifically, anyone younger than mature age and anyone older than 40 or 50 years, depending on their race. The elderly and the young will die first from starvation.
A Healy man.
Unfortunately, starvation causes exhaustion. Exhaustion causes death. There's very little we can do about that. I wanted you all to know. So try and keep a happy disposition as much as you can. We will all be doing everything we can. If need be, if we can get farther enough ahead and into the Pale, and the Cinders do not continue to follow us through the Pale or cannot, we may be able to stop for a day and have everyone aboard ship do everything they can to gather food. Which is a hard decision to make, but if the decision is we either half of us starve and die, or we manage to try and keep everyone alive, I would rather stop the ship. We obviously can't stop now, and won't be able to stop for several days.
Do you think that big bulky machinery on the front could hook us something large, if seen?
With 2 harpoons, if we could find a whale, yes, we would have a lot of food, and we'd be able to basically tie it to the side of the ship and butcher it in the sea, which would...
I would like to see a whale.
It would also attract shark and other meat-eating fish, maybe some sea cudas, and we can catch them. Sharks are always good eating. So, if we could harpoon a whale and drag it to the ship, we could then have an extra level of food source. And as it depletes, whale marrow, the oil is actually edible. It doesn't taste very good. Ambergris is a very not a good tasting thing, but it will feed you for a day.
So we have options, we just need opportunity.
Yes. I just wanted to let you all know. If things go poorly,
That was an accident. That wasn't real.
if things go poorly with 110 people aboard this ship, and possibly 40 working crew, with the 6 of us and those who are officers, that makes almost 50 people. So, Healy, I know you can make good berries. If you can feed as much of the crew, specifically us and the officers, as possible, that would be preferable, so that they don't have to take from the food stores. That will reduce the number of poundage we need. Whatever you can do, I would honestly suggest that you feed us, the officers of the ship, and any children aboard.
So,
Want me to go ask if there's a whale around?
Sure.
after you tell Healy about the good berries, Emeraldy chips in and kind of pulls out a ring and hands it to Healy and says, "You need to attune to this, and then you can cast more good berries."
Perfect. And I put it on.
I mean, I assume you would wear it. I don't know.
So I have a rather grim question. There's 2 other ships following us.
Uh-huh.
Do we know what's on them?
I haven't taken stock yet. I've asked them to try to take stock in head counts, but I don't know. I specifically wanted you here, boss, because I need to ask something of you that I know, or have heard at least, that there is honor among thieves. As you were clearly picking a lock, I would hope that you could perhaps move amongst those who are aboard the ship and try to find anyone else who is similarly skilled, at least in some way ensure that our food stores are not stolen out from under us.
Oh, don't you worry about that, as I've personally taken to sleeping more towards the hold than anything else, since I'm no longer allowed in it. I'll sleep on it. Nobody's getting in.
And
Want me
to
to
your
keep the line?
question, oh, actually good.
Sorry about that. I'm okay. Just a little bit of saliva went down the wrong pipe.
Zom, I'll be happy to, but only in exchange for one thing.
What?
If Healy lets me open this armoire now.
No.
Go ahead. I'm actually kind of.
I'm not doing it.
Fine.
No. I did walk around and I spoke with Tug. He said that's going to be under lock and key. And seeing how he's such a charming fellow, I'd assume either he or you are going to have access to it.
Okay.
Now, with that and
Well, here's more.
also non sequitur question. Are Dragonborn edible?
Don't die.
You can try. Do not
Mm.
accept.
Don't we have rats we can
Then-
use?
See, yeah. But I'll ask around. Horns and I made a few friends along the way in town, so we'll see if some of them manage to get on ship.
If need be, we can also gun all the ships together, so that once we have a good idea of rations and things, if other stores and other ships have less people on them, but they have more food than they need, we can re-evaluate where we're at then. But we're not going to be able to stop these ships in time together for at least 10 days, so everybody keep an eye out for fish and birds and other stuff.
So, Captain, my cat.
Just nods and then I guess heads out. He's going to basically head out and walk amongst the crew and everybody who's working and give encouragement or help wherever he can.
Everybody roll perception for me. Also, thank you to Sunbun for the delivery of additional water for me.
I did like it. We all saw you choking, but we're like, we are not interrupting this RP. Our
Yeah,
dude can
no,
die.
good on you guys.
We are focused.
Death never hurt
Right.
anybody.
So,
yeah, not breathing never hurt anybody.
okay, wow, that's a lot of 19s.
Yeah,
That's
I am
3 19s.
so surprised.
We are perceptive. Some
Yeah.
guns.
So, Healy and Maximus, you two are a little too preoccupied with the tasks that you guys are doing. Maximus watching behind the ship. Healy on observing any fish that are brought aboard.
Don't worry, it's about to get fun.
Zamtrok, Amarasi, and Boss, you all notice that on the horizon in front of you, you no longer... It's getting to evening time, so the sun has already set. You no longer see a horizon. And above the horizon, there seems to be a sort of area where the stars above start to get dim and then not be visible at all. You are nearing the pale.
Mm.
And are any of you staying up for the night? For the watch?
I had one thing I'm gonna do.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, like the elves are.
I was like, I am
Healy's
absolutely
gonna
not supposed
come out of the conversation and skip to the crate that's holding all the fish, dunk her head in and say hi, and then cast.
Why are you playing with the food?
You're casting a spell to speak with animals?
Yes.
Alright, in that case, I will need to subtract... because Goodberry is a spell, right?
Yes.
So we will need to subtract that amount of good berries from the amount of good berries made for the day.
And how many did I make?
How many spell slots do you have for making good berries?
4.
So
Are
then
they all level 1 or 2?
Those are level 1.
you can cast using a spell of a higher level to cast something at a lower level. Sometimes it'll say if there's a benefit at casting at a higher level. If there isn't, then you're basically just using a higher level spell slot to use a lower level spell. But you can't go the other way. So
It's the end of the day. So I can make 40 good berries then, and then use a second level slot to do Keep of Animal.
okay.
I was
So
gonna say you could do it the other way around. If your second level slots create 10 extra good berries. Right?
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
It doesn't do that. No.
Oh. Damn.
But I have
okay.
the ring. So do I make 10 more good berries each time, or how does that work?
so the ring lets you regain a third level spell slot.
Or lower.
Or lower, but well, because you regain a third level spell slot, and a third level spell slot you can use for third level or lower.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So I can still make the 40 good berries and regain
Yes.
the spell slot. Perfect. I'm gonna speak to the fish while I'm alive.
all right, you're speaking to the
I'm
fish,
gonna-
and as you poke your head into the barrel, you just hear a chorus of "Help! Help! Help! Help!" It's just like dozens of fish just screaming this as soon as you dunk your head in. You
I put my head
cannot
on, like,
hear
whoa.
anything.
And I asked them to please calm down.
They roll. I can't believe I'm having you roll for this.
Can you please calm
Yes,
down?
I
I know
can.
you're dying, but like, shut up for 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
No fish god will save you now, bitch.
Roll persuasion to convince the fish that are screaming help to calm
Oh,
down.
no.
At disadvantage. You have disadvantage on this.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, no, they if anything have gotten even more frantic. Cuz they just got pulled up out of their home, thrust into a barrel, some random creature poked their head in while they're screaming help, then told them to calm down. Speaking to them is not a thing that's normal. So now instead of help, it's just screams. You are standing next to a barrel of screaming fish.
I'm gonna pull one out specifically. Just like,
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
I'm gonna need a sleight of hand, because if you have ever tried to grab a fish by hand, they are slippery. You are like trying your best, and this thing is wriggling, and you're losing grip on it some. And as you pull it out, it's just like water, water, water.
I'll put you back in the water if you stop screaming.
Water!
Just-
It just keeps screaming. It has low intelligence. I don't.
Maybe you should ask a fish that's
Oh,
already
we
in
have
the
a
ocean.
fish. That's a good point. I'm gonna put that fish back in the thing and dunk my head over water and say, "Has anyone seen a whale?"
Are you dunking this back into the barrel?
Yes.
It's just screams. Still.
Only screams.
The screams are drowning out anything you have to say.
Okay. I give up on those fish.
I'm sorry.
Is there anybody watching me?
The rest of the fisher people are standing nearby, just like confused as to you like dunking your head in, taking it out, yelling like, calm down, and then grabbing a fish and then being like, I'll put you back in if you calm down and stop screaming. They're looking at you like you are insane.
They should. I'm just gonna look at them, kind of like shrug, and then go jump into the water.
You were bad at this whole like social interaction thing there,
Well,
Chief.
I am so glad that I am
Goodbye,
not paying
Healy.
attention to any of
Yeah,
this.
because the ship's still moving.
Don't worry, I got a plan.
Okay.
When I dive under the water, I'm gonna see if I see any fish around.
It's dark out, so no, you don't. I mean, what
I
kind
yell,
of...
are there any fish around?
And the only thing you hear... Roll another persuasion for me. Okay. You hear, like, a couple distance, like... Yeah.
Are there any whales out here?
Whales?
Yeah, big giant thing with a hole on its head.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
Oh, I don't know.
Are they close by?
Kind of, yeah.
What kind of a fish are you?
I'm me? I don't know what
Hi, me. Do you have a name?
name?
Did the other fish call you by something?
Other fish don't call me.
Oh, you want to be friends?
What's that?
We'll hang out and have conversations.
What are those? Can I eat it?
What we're doing right now.
Oh. I don't think so.
Okay, fair enough. Bye.
Bye.
So I'm gonna pop out of the water.
Real quickly, because I need to do some calculations.
Uh-huh. What's the speed of the ship under full sail?
That's what I'm trying to... So it's averaging about 2 miles an hour. So you can swim, if you're like swimming as fast as you can, about as fast as the average speed. Difference being, you jumped in and started talking with the fish, and the ship kept moving. And you could swim maybe fast enough to keep pace with it, but as it is right now, you cannot swim fast enough to catch up.
I turn into a fish.
Good point. Yeah, can I turn into a fish and catch up?
You could try.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna turn into a fish.
Okay, what kind of fish are you turning into?
I'm just a fast fish.
What is the fastest fish you could turn into?
These are all good questions.
Probably a marlin.
Which fish?
Fast fish.
Fast fish.
Haha, the sailfish. Called it.
How
Marlin,
fast do they go?
sailfish. Roughly
68 miles an hour.
Yeah. I was like, it's almost 70 miles an hour.
Oh my fast does a sea brim go?
Give me just a second. So it has a swim speed of about 40 feet. Oh, thank you, Niffy. So about 40 feet per turn. Let me see real quick. I'm trying to see. The burst swimming speed is about 1.1 miles per hour of a sea bream.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna turn into a sea bass.
Okay.
Pay attention.
So you can swim in spurts of about 12 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So it'll take you about 3 turns of swimming fast to catch up to the ship. And then you'll need to change back into human form and swim alongside the ship and find a way to get on the ship.
I have
What was that?
Also,
backup plan.
fun question. So if the three of us were on the deck and we saw the pail, and then they started screaming, making a scene, did
anyone
either
say
one of us see her
man
just
overboard?
knock herself off?
So while you guys are on the top deck, the fishermen who saw Healy dunk her head into the barrel, take it out, tell them to calm down, grab a fish, try to talk to it, put it back in, and then turn around and yeet herself over the edge, have indeed called man overboard. And they're also frantic, just like, she lost her mind. And they start telling you about what happened.
Zomtrock's just like, was it Healy?
Yeah, and they tell you exactly what happened, though.
Oh, okay. Yep. Somebody give me a rope.
Healy, I need you to make perception checks for me at disadvantage.
Okay. Even though I can spider climb,
Was that?
I have spider climb.
As fun as that's going to be to see when it comes around. First things first, it's going to take 3 turns.
Uh-huh.
And you're a sea bass in the sea. And sea bass has natural predators. And you are near where the sea bass were.
Yay!
So, I need you to roll with disadvantage to see if you notice any predators coming up on you. So, one more roll, please. Okay. Okay. As you were speeding, going 12 miles an hour, being the best damn sea bass you can be, you don't see any predators so far.
Yes.
With your eye on either side of your head, which is a little weird for you to get used to. But it works.
Fun. No, I'm having the best little Healy life right now.
People back on the ship, what are you guys doing?
Gathering a rope and waiting for Healy to surface again. Because I'm guessing she's going to have turned into something that can swim. Because we know Healy can't swim.
You in particular know Healy can't swim.
Max isn't going to do anything. If somebody's going to willingly throw themselves off the boat, that's one less mouth we have to feed.
I was doing what you guys told me to do.
No, that's not what we told you to do.
No, actually, this is a big problem, Max. Because Healy is the one who makes all the food that causes us not to have to dip into our supply.
Well, she's willing to throw herself off a ship. Then obviously she thinks this is a lost cause too, so...
I'm trying to find a whale.
Are you guys having this conversation in full earshot of the rest of the crew?
No.
No.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna say,
No,
because
it would definitely be like me close to like Zam trying to figure out what's going on,
okay,
and then finding out it's Healy and just be like,
okay. Healy, another roll of perception with disadvantage.
Boo.
Oh, 11.
Boo.
You still don't notice any predators. And now one last roll with disadvantage. You didn't notice it before. There's a predator coming for you.
You reached the ship.
You're alongside the ship, and there is...
A shark.
You don't know what kind of fish it is. It's not a shark. But it's coming straight for you. And that thing looks hungry.
Do I see the rope?
Do they Zamtrak, did you have the rope already lowered into the water? Or were you waiting?
Basically, yeah. He's like holding it in the water and just
Okay.
waiting.
Roll perception with disadvantage to see if you see the rope. You see the rope.
Okay.
It's about another 10 feet away from you.
The rope and bite it.
Can I jump up and get it?
You could bite it.
Okay. If I can get up to it and bite it, I can turn into a human form and grab it,
Okay.
and then start climbing.
So I'm just
Zamtrak,
gonna pull the rope up.
you feel a sudden weight on the rope.
He's gonna try and pull it up.
Roll athletics. And Healy, roll athletics as well. Very nice, Zamtarok. 22. Nice.
For how much trouble I get into, I should get better at it.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, so Zamtarok, as you start pulling, you see Healy trying to climb, but she's just shimmying, kind of still like a fish, ironically enough. And you're just pulling her up. And you finally pull her up on deck.
while this is going
yell.
on, Max is going to like look over and just like,
The second I get up there, I say, "There's a predator in the water. Throw a rope or throw a net."
I'm just gonna look over the side.
You don't see anything in the water. It's dark out.
We have a net that we can throw.
You do.
He's gonna
I
toss a
need it.
net with a rope attached to it.
All right, you guys toss the net. Roll survival for me, you and anyone who is helping you. And I'll roll for a couple of people who are helping. Oh, very nice, Healy.
I'll help out. Might as well, right?
no.
Never mind.
So, you guys toss the net in and you pull up some fish. Healy, you recognize the fish that was chasing you among them. It's a tomcod.
I'm gonna stare at it and just be like, "You."
A Quinson tomcod.
Just like, "You." But now I can turn into you.
Oh, how the turntables. all of you roll perception. And
Oh, God.
Zamtarok, roll
Yes?
history as well. Ooh,
Oh, how the turntable.
yeah.
Perception. Terrible history.
Yeah.
I have read a book or two.
This was more of a hearing, but... So Amarasi, Healy, Maximus, and Zamtarok, you notice your ship no longer has wind as you've gotten closer to the Pale. It's probably no more than 5 lengths ahead of you. And all wind has died.
Do we see the other ships?
The other ships are moving similarly. One of them to the back right, and the other kind of more slightly close to parallel to your left. And as they reach at about the same spot closer to the Pale, they also lose wind entirely.
We need oars.
Yeah, Max, upon seeing this, is going to rush back up to the back of the vessel and see if the other ships are catching us now faster, since we have died in spot effectively.
Actually, Zamtarok, I will allow you one more roll for it because it's basically a mariner saying. One you would have heard.
Okay.
It's just
For
remembering it.
history or
History.
damn you?
You remember there being some sort of saying relating to an old mariner saying, in particular for the sailors who would sail these spice runs and stuff along the Quinson Sea, having to do with the Pale and no wind, but you can't remember it for the life of you.
Zam's gonna ask the other sailors around and say, what was that saying about the Pale and winds? See if any of them remember.
Very good. I'm gonna roll for the crew to see if any of them remember.
My father was...
My father was a drinker and a fiend.
One of the crewmates more or less remembers. And working together, after you guys break out the oars and start rowing, you have the complete saying. If you are east and have not gale, be on your guard, you are near the Pale. Lest you become a creature's fodder, remember these words. Disturb not the water.
Yep, oars.
What was that?
Calls for them to ship oars. Like, to put the oars back in the boat.
Everybody puts their oars back in the boat, and some people are looking very confused as to why we're not breaking out the oars when the ship has no wind.
Maximus is basically going to ask if anyone can create wind of some kind.
Who's asking that?
Sorry, Zam. Jesus Christ.
I was like, who?
Sam's so good at RP, he starts playing for other people.
He picks up Maximus and is like, look at me. I'm a chamber.
Hey boy, look at me.
Oh, Healy, you can make wind. Great.
I can after it's
Fuck.
I need 4 hours.
Can anyone aboard ship make wind?
Asshole sailor.
You know what? That happens. A couple of chuckles go up around the sailor until
Thank
they
you.
realize you guys have stopped with no wind, but the ships behind you chasing you still have wind.
Curious question.
Any ideas?
Serious question, serious answer?
No, curious.
Oh,
Serious.
curious question.
So the spell Thunderwave, I'll
Mm-hmm.
link it for you to read as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Thunderwave, that on asses of everyone.
Let's see.
Good lord, Thunderwave and ass cheeks are going to be like the bane of my existence as a DM, isn't it?
So it does create a cone of pretty much like air and sound in order to move things. Granted, I can only cast this 3 times. Wait,
Plus the times that I can cast it and the times that somebody's ass cheek can cast it. Wait, is Lore here? Or is it here?
Dom has an
What's that?
ability similar called
Okay.
Thunderous Smite.
Oh, God, I'm so worried.
If you guys cast 5 of those, you'd kill everyone on this boat.
Out of that point
You
in
are
the sky.
correct.
Yes, I can cast that 3 times.
Well,
Do
you
think
cast
that
it.
would give us at least some movement?
There's
Not
only one way
much,
to
but
find
enough.
out.
That's fair.
You cast it on yourself, so you should do it in Crow's Nest or something.
Probably actually at the back of the ship.
Yeah, right where I'm at. So Max is going to look back and see that the other ships are still coming, and with no winds and no oars, and Max has no idea. I almost just pulled fucking Zom. With no idea why there's no oars and why we're not moving. Max is going to just bring some of that arcane fury and clap his hands into the sails to see if we can get us moving some.
Alright, so you cast this. And as you go to do it, you create this clap. A burst goes out. Weaker than it would normally be. And even though it did fill the wind, the sails with some billow for a short time, it did not move you. Roll Arcana.
And I also
Actually, can I jump in now?
Absolutely.
Are we all around each other, or is this kind of like
We're all on
separate?
deck.
Well, if you were near Maximus when he
Yeah.
did this, you might have gotten hurt. So I would hope not.
were we close
you-
enough to watch? No.
Okay.
Yes, most likely.
I'll shout to just get it across to as many of you as I can. It's the weave. We had a dream. I had a dream, sitting in this exact spot, watching an old man try to figure his way into the Pale. That was Escor, and when you all were out having adventures, I was speaking with Darrigan. He told me the way they got through the Pale was understanding the weave. So those of you who have a penchant for the magical might want to stop casting and start understanding.
Can I also roll for Arcana, having watched the Thunderwave?
You can.
Zom is going to try and get the sailors to send this message to the other 2 ships as well
Okay.
to examine the weave here, basically.
Wow.
Roll performance. We're going to see how well the message is conveyed.
Don't fuck me now.
So, oh, very nice. And very nice. They get the message, but as you guys start getting into the Pale, it is becoming harder and harder to see the other ships.
I'm going to go, like, sit down where I'm at and kind of see if I can sense anything going on, like, through the nature.
Okay. Roll nature for me. For the 3 people who rolled Arcana, you cannot put your finger on it, but something here isn't right, isn't normal. Healy, also with nature, these fogs, these mists, do not feel at all like anything else you've encountered in nature. There's a certain unnatural feel to it. Ooh. And Zemtrak, you don't
Yep,
sense
I don't know.
anything
I don't know
strange.
shit. I'm just like, speak to me, Weave. It's there.
You yell, "Speak to me," and you don't even get a whisper. You just get like a, eh.
And you're not sharing?
Oh.
Too far away.
I am
Hey,
such an idiot.
Vanilla cream.
I was wondering why I couldn't hear anyone. It's because I'm not using my headphones. I'm using my earbuds, and I need to plug in and have them on.
Winter is the
An
thickest
absolute
brain.
Smooth brain. All right,
So
now
this
I
is
can
a
hear you
person-
guys. All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. Hopefully, you all had a good break. So,
Yep.
as you guys enter into the Pale, anyone with navigator's tools, I want you to oh, sorry. I was hearing something for a second there. Anyone who has navigator's tools, if you were to be looking at your navigator's tools as you enter into the Pale, you would notice that your compass, as it's pointing north, and as you enter more in, begins to turn. And even though your ship is not turning in any discernible direction, it takes like a couple minutes, but it makes like a full turn around and it keeps going.
I did want to say, as we're entering the Pale, I wanted to try and send a signal to the other ships.
Okay. I did mute Boss just for a moment, just in case he is saying anything in the background that is personal. So if any of you could let me know if he's back, so I can unmute him.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and make the signal, but it is no longer at its advantage because you have now officially entered into the Pale.
All right.
Okay.
Just to tell them to try and close to within maybe one length to try and see.
So one of the 2 ships sees the signal and starts closing. The other doesn't quite get the message and maintains distance.
Okay.
You notice one of the ships, as it comes closer to you, it starts to kind of pull ahead. Meanwhile, you and the other ship that are at a little bit more of a distance are still going slower.
Okay. How far do can the ballista shoot? Or the harpoons, I guess I should ask either.
For the harpoons, give me just a second for the ballista. Oh, that's the wrong one.
I can give the comment in character on that one if you're asking in character.
Sorry, give me just 1 second. So the ballista has an effective range of 120 to 480 feet.
Okay.
As far as harpoons, so the harpoon is significantly less.
Okay.
So give me just 1 second to see. It's because it's essentially thrown. And it's heavy, so it has a range of about 30 feet. It's basically made for if something comes close by, you throw this thing and harpoon it.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way that we could use the ballista to try and shoot our friendly ship without, like, killing or anyone or damaging them heavily, to get a rope connected between us and them. Or if anyone could either A, fly, or B, swim safely over the other ship.
We could use magical light.
Laura's back.
Okay. Unmuting. Welcome back, boss.
What did I miss? Another ship is starting to pull ahead into the Pale.
Yeah, one of the
Yes.
ships with us it has closed distance but is going faster. The
one
other
on
one
your
is still
starboard
at
side.
distance,
And the
But,
one that's on the port side is the one that's at distance.
but they're going about the same slow speed we are. We're all kind of moving slowly.
Okay. You guys are looking to communicate? Other two?
Well, we need to get some kind of connectivity as far as, like, a rope line, because if they speed ahead, we may lose them.
No, we still need to communicate with them our intention.
Yeah,
So
either
does it-
try to find out how are they going faster, or can they slow down.
Does anyone have a better idea than Skywrite?
Do any of you have an ability to send messages?
I can turn into a fish.
Didn't you nearly get attacked?
That's beside the point.
Can you turn into a bigger, faster fish?
Is the Tom Cod faster? Then no.
All right. I head up to the crow's nest.
As you- Good.
I could use, like, prestidigitation and make smaller words than Skywrite. But
I think the problem at this point is we're basically in a gigantic fog, so what you write, we may be able to see, but we're not sure if anyone else will.
Like, he just
I
really
can
wants
make
to use
fog
his
go
magic
away.
words.
Maybe.
Huh?
I can make the fog go away, maybe?
though it needs to be a bright light to get through the fog.
Can you make lights that blink on and off?
Technically, yes. Actually, definitely yes.
Great. I can give you a blink rate that you need to blink the lights at. How far out can you make those lights?
120 feet?
Great. Basically, we should use that as our Morse, because lantern light is going to be too dim at this point. So, 120 feet fore and to the port, blinking a bright light that basically says, "Come starboard to within a length till you can see us." And then trying to do the same thing on the port side, but on the, starboard. On the starboard side, where the ship is going faster, ask them to try to slow down. Slow down or connect rope.
So, and you're doing this with Amarasi's.
Not prestidigitation for this one, but so I was thinking we could use Firebolt because that would send out a bolt to 120 feet.
Right.
As long as you shoot it up. Like way up. Because, also, I'm not sure how well they will react to that, because our enemies use fire, so they may think that the enemies are...
the issue. I wish I had magic stone.
I wish
Wait,
we had
can you
dancing
make
lights.
magic fire?
What was
Make
that?
magic what?
Magic fire?
You mean like firebolt?
Yeah.
I can technically do... I mean, Amarasi can do firebolt. I can technically make Sacred Flame in my hand.
While they're deciding, can I see anybody on these other ships?
As
I
you were
don't
in the
need-
crow's nest, this fog is as thick as soup. You can see kind of the silhouette of the one that is to your port side. The one to the starboard that is going faster now, you can barely see, but it is beginning to come out of view. Behind you,
Zomtrox.
you see that the Faldric ships, because of how slow you are going now, have closed the distance quite a bit.
So they're coming to the edge of the pale, basically.
They're not quite yet to the edge of the pale, but they will be probably within the next half day.
Okay.
But if you're going half a day with barely moving, then you'll be barely ahead of them.
Alright, I'm gonna scamper down from the crow's nest as best I can.
Okay.
I'd like to approach the group. The weave, did it tell anybody anything? Anybody?
It was less than forthcoming for me.
You know what? How far away are the ships?
The one to the port side didn't quite get the message, and it's still about 3 ships' length away. It's about 300 feet.
Okay, so the maximum range of a light crossbow is 320 feet. So in theory, I'm saying this in character, so in theory, if we tie a note, or we make a talking arrow, we can shoot it at them and have it talk.
Cool. Shoot it. The one that's
What?
pulling away, shoot a talking arrow to them and tell them they need to slow down.
So, the issue with play here is I don't use bolts. With the automatic weapon that I have here, it shoots magical bolts that I can't change.
You don't have any normal bolts whatsoever?
No.
Do any of us have any normal bolts whatsoever?
No. But what if we do that thing in that dream that we saw?
Yes.
Tearing up a piece of paper and tossing over the front of the ship?
Yeah.
Okay.
What if we write on a piece of paper,
Move
we are
faster.
running from the ships behind us, please help us. And let's see if the pale will give us a hand.
You're acting
Smart.
like this is a malevolent or benevolent thing.
We will find out. Either way, we're fucked, so
Yeah,
What can we lose?
do it.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna try and bellow to the ship that is furthest from us to give them instruction on what to do.
Okay.
Basically, like, can you hear me? First off,
Roll performance. And I'm rolling perception for the enemy. The enemy, not the enemy. The other crew, not the enemy crew. Wow. You both got 15. Yeah, they could hear you well enough. It's not crystal clear. It's not perfect, but they could hear you well enough.
Ask them if they have any crossbow bolts.
he's gonna yell at them to come closer this way towards us.
They start
We're
steering
on your
towards you.
starboard. I want them basically to get as close as possible so that we can throw a rope to them. And at that point, he's going to, while Healy is doing the thing with the paper, once they're within range where I can just call to them without having to scream too much, tell them to do the same thing ahead of their ship. To take a piece of parchment or paper and write to please help us go faster and tear it up, throw it over the front of the ship into the sea.
Okay. They hear you.
I wrote on the parchment paper, we are escaping from the ships behind us. They destroyed everything. Please help us escape from them. And
Okay.
then I rip it up and throw it in the water.
Roll perception.
Also, does Esgor's journal actually say anything about any of this?
Oh, Healy.
It doesn't, oddly enough. The only thing that it says about the pail is Esgor's notes on the pail itself not being a natural fog, but rather being a magical fog, where the weave itself is in constant flux, an ebb and a flow. And then also mentions the pale lights. A floating light that you may see when in the pail. That they saw, but it never came close.
Well, good for them, because I could have killed him.
Amarasi kind of smacks his forehead and is like, we need to give something of value to the pail. Because we all had the dream, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone up at the front with Healy?
Zom would be, because he's calling out to the other ships.
Okay.
The other ship.
But you're focused on calling out to the other ships, right?
Basically, yeah.
We need to give something of value to the fog. That's what the journal was. He was giving his notes, which were of value to him, to the fog. And in doing so, the fog gave something of value to it.
Healy,
Safe passage.
Healy, as you drop the pieces of paper into the water, you lose sight of them completely.
Did they even make it to the water?
You didn't see. It's less a thing of whether or not you are sure that it made it to the water and more just you could not see it. You rolled a 1 on perception.
You know, those good rolls.
So Amarasi like runs to the front of the boat and throws like 5 GP into the water just for the hell of it.
What, 5 gold?
Yeah. It's not like we're
5
gonna use it
splashes.
for anything.
5 ripples. And the gold just sinks. Roll perception.
Okay.
Thank you.
Max is staying at the back, keeping an eye on the Aldrians.
Wow.
Did I,
don't
see him
think-
throwing the gold in?
Yeah, you saw him through the golden. Roll perception to see if you see anything as far as... Huh.
Ah,
Nice.
there it is.
You see the gold splash. You see the ripples go out. The ripples seem to travel further than normal. But
Yeah.
amongst the ripple, you see one of your pieces of paper floating. And instead of just floating in the same direction as the ship, it's starting to kind of pull to the right.
Oh.
Ooh.
I don't know. I didn't see it though. Dang it.
No, you did
I
not.
tell Emeraldi what I saw.
Oh.
I said, hey, maybe it worked.
So, okay. So Emeraldi is now like super excited, and he's like, okay, so we need floaty things to show us the way that the boat needs to turn to follow the current tide. So if I throw a stick in there, and it goes, what's the word for left on a boat?
Port.
Or
Well, I was asking that in character.
Oh.
port.
And we need to go port, or it goes port, we need to go port because it will drag us, right?
Yes.
So then if we yeet a stick into the right, or to the starboard, it'll
Amarasi,
drag us. Yes.
please throw the object over the ship.
But there's a piece of paper that already went over the ship. Which
Great.
direction did it go again?
And I point which direction it's going.
Which is right? Was it right? Left?
I thought it was
Left.
port.
Right.
It went to the right.
Okay.
I forgot.
Zom calls out to the other ship to turn to starboard and follow us, and then tells the helmsman to turn starboard. And he's going to try and see if he can see. He's going to turn to Healy and go, "Can you watch those papers?"
Try.
As you turn to the right, the ship begins to move a little bit more and begins to overtake the paper.
So we need more floaty things.
We can throw a dead fish, they float.
Yeah, but we need food.
Why don't we tear up some more paper?
No, that's way smarter. And I start ripping up another piece of paper.
Valuable paper. Morossi is disheartened by this clear disdain for perfectly good writing paper.
Does the second set of paper shreds go any faster, or do we
No, I
just
didn't throw
immediately?
it up.
She hasn't thrown them yet.
I'm still holding them.
Oh, okay.
And you
I
have
take
now
4
overtaken.
of the ripped up paper and throw it over.
Roll perception. You and anyone else who is watching.
Are we getting closer to the boat beside us?
The boat that was to your right is now gone further enough into the fog to where you can't see them anymore.
Oh shit.
Amarasi and Zamturok, after you guys have gone for a little bit of going right, you see the papers that got tossed beginning to now change direction and go left.
Okay, so now we need to
Very
go
well.
left.
He calls to turn to port and tells them to spread the signal to the next boat.
And you begin turning, and you can notice that your ship is going significantly faster now.
Is the other ship keeping pace?
The other ship is following behind you.
Okay. Cool.
But you are now moving fast enough to where you have overtaken the paper again.
For paper.
And each time you're overtaking it, it's taking a little bit longer. Right now, it's about an hour before you completely overtake the paper.
Very
Or
well.
it is no longer visible.
And I guess we continue this action.
Yes. More paper. Right over.
Roll for me another perception.
There
Very
we
nice,
go.
Healy. There we go. There's the recovery.
And good.
I like to imagine Healy was just so focused on, ooh, pretty paper fluttering into the water that it was just like...
The artist part of me sees it as a blissful reminder that all things are overtaken eventually.
Healy, Zamtarok, and Amarasi. After about an hour, you toss out another bit of paper. The paper for the first 45 minutes is going straight with you. And then it begins to change direction to the right.
We follow the paper.
Let's see how well the ship behind you follows. The ship behind you.
Oh no, they rolled a nat one.
They rolled in that one.
Yep.
The ship behind you does not turn with you.
Shit.
It keeps
How
going.
close,
No.
how close did they get to us?
They were a little bit behind you because when you got out of the part where you're going slow and then got into the current, it was a little bit before they got out and then it got into it as well.
Did we harpoon them?
Did you guys harpoon them during that whole time?
Nope.
We have not. But Zom's gonna call back to them to throw something over the front and follow where it goes.
Roll performance.
Hold on. We'll check.
A lot of it rolling on your performance on this one.
Damn it!
I would like to inspire him with the big brain powers, and I would like to
Okay.
walk up and pat his shoulder and say, okay, so remember, when signaling, you need to be as clear as possible, right? So, here's how you do it. And he does this weird interpretive dance, and you get a +4 to that roll, please.
That would make that well.
An intelligent
Glad you did this
interpretive
shit to me.
dance.
I'm glad he didn't do this shit to me. Maximus probably would have stabbed him. Just
Nobody appreciates my comedy here.
You
He's a
hear
real
some
man.
sort of call back. You can't quite make it out though. They got a message, but you're not sure if it was the right message. Time will tell.
Huh.
And say, can you throw some fire in the air?
What? Who are you asking?
You?
Sure. Like regular fire or like magic fire?
Regular fire's fine.
Okay. We'll like light a torch and throw it into the air.
Yes.
All right. And what do you do?
I'm gonna use my control front flame, and I'm gonna make it change to a shape that says right, or it's like it says a location. So does that mean I can say right, like turn
You
right?
can shape it into an arrow.
Oh yeah.
So, as you go to cast this, roll Arcana for me.
Okie dokie.
Okay. As you do this, you intend to make an arrow. And instead, you see the fire shoot for a nautical mile into the horizon. And you can sense that the weave was strangely intertwined and knotted at the spot that you were standing.
Like your rogues that understand the weave. Stop following paper. Weave.
I just point and say, should we follow that flame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The flame.
Works for me.
So the arrow that you were making was to go to the right, right? Because it basically went the direction you were making the arrow, but for a nautical mile instead of...
So we stop wasting paper.
Should we be rolling Arcana checks to try and interact with the weave here?
If you want to.
Like, that would probably be a good idea. Because it seems like interacting with the weave's important.
Right.
Point up after saying, like, should we follow that? And say, thank you, Weave.
I think direct communication with the weave is what we really need now. Are any of you good at that? Because I am not.
Do we know what a Weave is?
For clarity also, Healy, you sense the sort of tangled knot of the weave where you're standing, but you don't feel it going in the same direction as the fire. Just as clarity.
So
Interpret
be
that how you will. All of you interpret that how you will.
Man, I'm glad I don't know how to stick around with the weave.
I'm gonna try to pray to the Weave for clarity and directions.
What an interesting thought. And yes, Maximus. Pray and roll religion for me.
I'm doing so good at this.
You sense nothing.
Show me.
I'd like to kind of just sit down for 15 minutes and ritually cast Detect Magic.
Go ahead and cast.
So I'm just going to go back to the front of the boat and try and throw a couple more pieces of paper to see if they go in a direction.
Okay.
Because that's actually been leading us in a good way.
Wait just a second.
Well, shit.
Amarasi, I would like you to make a intelligence saving throw.
All right. Really? A 3?
As you are, and you're standing close to Healy, right?
Yes.
There's your problem.
I can just feel myself getting dumber around you.
Whereas with Healy, she meant to control the flames, and it shot out far further than it normally would. You cast Detect Magic, and you are overwhelmed by all the magic that is everywhere around you. Everything in this area, the weave itself, is magical in nature. And you are not only sensing this in a 30-foot radius, you are sensing this for a 2 nautical mile radius. And the sheer everythingness of everything you are sensing is overwhelming you to the point that you take 2 points of psychic damage.
Damn, okay.
So don't do that again.
It is, as long as you are holding this, overwhelming you.
I will just break concentration on it then.
As you break concentration and it begins to fade, you sense this tangle that was around you, one thread of it go forward and start to curve. But you can't quite sense what way it's curving. Zamtarok, you're at the front.
Yes.
Have you already thrown pieces of paper into the water?
He basically just did while was doing that.
Right. Roll perception for me, and anyone else who is watching the paper and not watching Amarasi grasp his head and cry out in pain as he
I need to lie
assumed
down
the
and
locus of all
Tylenol.
knowledge. Zamtrock, a little bit less so for you. You see it for a second, but then you lose sight of it. Healy, you see the paper continue forward for a bit, and then turn to the right.
We're going in a circle. To the right.
We went left, then we went right, then we went right again,
Mhm.
and now we're going right a third time.
No, second time.
Okay.
Because you were going straight, you went right, and then you went left, and then you went right. And now you're going more right. After a little bit of it going straight.
I'm gonna go see if I can find all of Healy's magic men. They're gonna have a new
Alright.
name, I think.
I guess we follow it to the right.
Sorry, I was just having Maximus roll for me on some. Maximus, what you were beginning to feel, that feeling begins to fade a bit. You walk, as you move forward, you walked basically into that tangle, and you lost what you were following.
I'm gonna take 2 steps back. Try again.
As you are stepping back, you're stepping back with the tangle because the ship is still moving.
Oh, I know.
So,
I'm trying to see if I can feel the tangle out.
Mhm. You are having a very difficult time, especially because you're not commonly having to deal with stuff like this. Having a very difficult time intuiting this. Zamtrock, after a little bit of it turning right, the paper begins to float straight.
Okay, I guess we follow it.
And after about an hour, you lose sight of the paper again.
Right? Healy, do we want to throw more paper, I guess?
I left to find people. To find the religious
Oh,
guy.
you are gone. Okay.
So Healy, you go below and you find the old abbot that you had rescued.
Perfect. I'm gonna explain to him about how it feels like there's magic outside guiding us, but also stopping us from moving. And I ask him if he feels anything or if he would be interested in trying to communicate with it.
He closes his eyes and begins to kind of like I don't sense anything.
Weird.
I shall join you on the top deck if it will help.
Perfect. Come with me.
And he goes up onto the top deck with you.
While we're walking up to the top deck, I'm gonna assume that I haven't given him back the box yet, so I give it to him.
Is this the reliquary?
Yeah.
You see him take it, and
I'm so happy we were able to save it.
and I'm gonna tell him how I felt a heartbeat come from it when we were leaving. And ask him if he knows what that meant.
He just sort of smiles coyly and just,
I'm sure it was a blessing, a good sign that St. Cohen is watching over our voyage.
Take that.
Zom's gonna turn to anyone nearby and ask them to help him. Basically, he's gonna rip up another little bit of paper and throw it over to see if we can continue following it.
all right. You and anyone who is helping you roll perception for me, please. Ooh, very nice. No roll seen nor anything heard from anyone else.
Yeah.
Maximus, if you want, you could roll again as well.
This will be my last shot.
Okay. Zamtarok, you see the papers just still going forward. Maximus, you feel you walk with the tangle for a bit and you still can't make sense of it. Eventually you pass out of that tangle and you feel a thread from that tangle where your ship is.
I know it's more ethereal than constant, but Max is going to reach his hand out to try and grasp it.
Okay, roll Arcana for me.
I assume Emeros is still laying on the floor in pain at this point.
You're recovering.
Come on.
You reach out, but a corporeal being trying to grasp the incorporeal world is a tough ask. Anyone who is at the back half of the ship, roll perception for me. Okay. Maximus, were you at the back half of the ship?
Yeah.
Amarasi, were you at the front with them tossing the paper over, or had you moved to the back?
I went to the back to cast Detect Magic.
Ah, okay. Okay, Boss and Maximus, you do not hear it, but Amarasi, you hear to your right and back, far in the distance, sound of war drums.
Yeah.
And if you really listen, you hear a slight splashing sound that would not be dissimilar to the sound of people with oars rowing.
Emerossi kind of stands, looks for the group, and is like, is that just my head? Does anybody else hear, like, drums? Like, really loud drums?
Does anyone
Which
else
way?
on deck respond?
I'd go to the front of the ship to ask the people up there.
Some of
Well,
the other crewmates
I'm,
around you don't
I'm
hear.
which way asking. I said, which way to hear from?
Boss literally asked, which way do you mean?
Behind us or something.
You should probably let them know up front that whatever they're doing is not moving us fast enough.
Okay.
Talk to me, weave.
And I will,
Nope,
and then
okay.
I'll keep an eye back out behind us, listening, trying to. I'm no help at the front with the weave, so might as well kill some people in the back if I can.
All right. So, Amaras, are you going to the front?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, something's itching at me. I'm gonna make an attempt to grab that tangle again. Or that thread again.
Okay.
So something's itching at me for it. I don't know why, but it is. Please, Olfang, get off my dick. Thank you. Even if it doesn't come up with anything, thank you for getting off my dick.
You reach out, trying to grasp at the weave itself. And as you are doing so, what are you thinking? What are your emotions? What are you feeling?
Anger. Anger at being pursued still. Anger at us not moving fast enough. Anger at possibly losing everything we've already fought so hard to try and save is now possibly going up in flames.
Literally.
Yeah. So he's just he's thinking of, he's feeling just all this understandable anger at trying to save everybody he's already saved once.
As you reach up and try to grasp at the weave, burning with this anger, you feel a warmth spreading throughout your arm. Which arm are you reaching up with?
Sword arm to my right.
Same arm that you made the deal with, right?
Correct.
You feel that heat begin to spread throughout your arm. And you feel a flame. Almost like a single matchsticks type flame. And it appears in your hand. And flickers. And the flame begins to tilt as if, not unlike if a wind were blowing, in the same direction that you're currently headed.
Max is going to look down at it, and he's going to test it effectively and tilt it away from where we're heading towards the right to see if it adjusts.
As you tilt it, it adjusts. The flickering going in the same direction as where your ship is currently headed.
As he pulls it back to center, he's going to look down at it. He goes, maybe I am still useful for something. And he's going to move towards the front of the ship and tells, like, Zom, follow the flame. And he's going to hold his hand out straight ahead.
Literally turns around and points him straight back to the helmsman. Go back there. Go back to the helmsman and stand next to him, and then he moves to the back of the ship. And
Zom, did you look at the paper at all?
Yes, sorry.
So you see that the flame and the paper are going in roughly the same direction.
Okay. He's going to turn to Amarasi and say, I need you to do something,
Okay.
Is that ballista attached to the deck?
I mean, partially. I assume it's like kind of nailed in
Bolted.
or bolted, yeah.
Or structurally attached, I would hope, with how powerful a ballista
I mean, given how like screwy it was when they installed it, there's a 50-50 chance they're just like, oh, you know, let's like wood glue it on there and hope for the best.
Well, if you can, which way did you say you heard war drums?
So I heard it to the back and to the right of me, right?
Yep. So the aft starboard of
Yeah.
the ship.
To the aft and starboard of the ship. It was dim sounding.
Get somebody.
Yeah, look
get
for
one
your
of the crew to
friendly
help you.
murderer.
What was that?
Get one of the crew.
Okay, nothing heard from boss this time. What was that? Zumsor?
He's saying to to get someone to help him, and turn the ballista towards the starboard side, and then he heads to the very back of the ship.
Well, if I've done my work correctly, I shouldn't need someone to help me turn it.
You have
Only
done your
to
work
help.
to turn it left and right, so.
Only to move it up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Emerasi grabs someone or tries to grab someone who looks kind of strong and is like, I need you on the ballista with me.
Okay, you find someone, and he seems willing to help,
Okay.
as one would
So,
hope.
I kind of pull him to the ballista and I turn it vaguely in the direction I thought I heard the sound from.
Okay. Anyone who is on the aft half of the ship, roll perception for me, please.
Suppose that would include.
That's the back. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not
So,
a sailor boy.
Front fore, back aft, right starboard, left port.
I don't know, where would I have come out from below deck?
So you would have come out kind of in the middle of the ship, facing towards the fore.
Give me one moment, Mr. DM, or you can roll for me. Roll for it.
I can, yeah.
It was a 17, and then it was like, no. And then roll over to a 10, like, bitch.
There we go. Oh. You're welcome, boss. I rolled a 25 for you. So
You know-
Amarasi...
You're the best boss I could ask for.
Yeah. Roll great for you guys, roll bad for me. Amarasi and boss, you now definitely hear the sound of oars in the distance, rowing. Several ships. It is now on wholly on the starboard side of you. Oh wait, no, Amarasi is not among them. Amarasi is up at the fore with the ballista. So it's just boss that hears that.
Oh. Yeah. Math.
Yep.
Wait, can I even turn the ballista all the way aft then?
No, it's not. You're not hearing the well, boss is not hearing the rowing all the way aft. He's hearing it fully starboard now.
They're
Oh,
basically
okay.
passing us on the right.
Or at least somewhere on the right.
Alright.
And you said it is being accompanied by war drum?
Yep.
Sweet.
And the rowing is matching the beat of the war drum.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to, as best I can hear and follow it, well, as best I can hear, I'm going to follow it along the You said it was starboard side, right? So followed along the starboard side of the boat, trying to keep pace with it, seeing its location.
All right. I need everybody to roll perception.
My first terrible perception roll.
There we go. If I roll worse as the real boss against the fake boss, I'm gonna feel real bad.
You
Oh,
did
I
roll.
did.
You rolled 11
I
worse than I did.
I totally did. I am the worst boss.
Healy and Zemturok. You see, far off in the distance, ahead of your ship and to the port side, a floating light. It sort of hangs, floating. And then it dips down and is gone.
Sama's going to move along the deck, and basically anyone who is not crew, he's going to tell them to get below decks, and anyone who is crew to prepare bows. And basically be ready at their general quarters, combat stations. Specifically towards the right starboard, towards the starboard side of the ship. Because there may be enemies showing up starboard and possibly to the fore here shortly. But he also tells them to make as little noise as possible.
Shortly after you instruct them of this, all of you don't even need to roll perception for it. You hear beneath the ship unnatural wailing sound. And it travels from roughly about where Zamturok and Healy saw the light towards the ship. And you hear it pass underneath you. Pass behind and to the right. And then change direction.
Like it's heading towards the war drums?
I'm gonna drop straight down and kind of like as close to the ground as I can get and thank the weave.
Everybody roll perception again. Maximus, I will say, if you're rolling perception, disadvantage for you because you are maintaining a focus on the weave right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm focusing on that more than anything else.
Yeah.
I don't see, hear shit.
And then I roll good when I say I'm focusing on something else.
You roll good with disadvantage. Maybe I just need to give you disadvantage more often.
I guess so, Jesus.
Healy and Maximus, you two see, off in the distance, in the direction of the war drums and the rowing, which now is beginning to become louder, you see a light rise up from the water and hang for a moment. And then it goes under again.
Well, when that happens, not knowing too much of what's going on, he is, however, going to smirk and goes, I hope that light consumes you, for the darkness is all you'll see. As I turn to the helmman, and again, tell him, follow the flame.
You start to see the flame flickering forward and then start to shift ever so slightly to the port.
He nudges the helmsman to follow it.
Everybody roll perception.
God damn.
Amarasi and Healy, you two. So everybody, for the most part, that's watching sees kind of vaguely. It doesn't take much perception now that you guys are pointing it out. You see the light come up near, and you see it suddenly shoot down and come back up, and then shoot down and come back up. Healy and Amarasi, as this happens, you hear a sound in the... Oh. Was that your roll, boss, just a little bit late? I think that was...
Yes, it is.
just late.
I apologize. Yeah, I'm running around.
No worries.
So.
No worries. So, boss, Healy, and Amarasi. So everybody pretty much sees that light come up, zip down, come back up, and then zip down and come back up again. But you three hear off in the distance a roaring, screeching sound and the screams of men. And you see small flashes of fire being fired off towards the light. And then silence. And the light zips back under the water for a moment. Roll perception again, everybody. Wow, everybody rolling good. Oh, except for
Boss.
Except for
boss.
boss.
Highest modifier, worst roll.
Haley, Zomtruck, and Amarasi, you're now hearing these boats that were getting closer, still approaching closer. You're hearing fire being shot off. You're hearing that same sound as it moves around. You see that light coming closer to you, dip under the water. As it passes underneath your ship again, pops up behind, and you see a silhouette of what could only be described as a combination of two things that were of myth to you as far as you knew, but combined together as a terrifying sight. You see a beast with a neck that wraps up out of the water to a head that looks not unlike an anglerfish, with a light hanging down in front of it. And then it shoots back into the water towards the Faldrick ships that are approaching. And you hear yet another attack. And more screams. What do you all do?
Gonna ask the guy that I brought up with me if he knows what that creature is. And in like a really excited way, like, did you know what that is?
Acolith. A kraken and an aboleth.
I'm just gonna pray.
Roll religion. Also, you can see a picture roughly of partially what this thing looks like if you look up at the pale light in
See how terrible this is. Oh, terrible.
Yeah.
God, I hate religion's a fucking end skill.
So like before where you would just hear a quiet, here it feels almost like an absence of your deity. You feel nothing.
Zama's gonna move to the side of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna, to the back of the ship actually, like all the way to the rail. He's gonna pull out.
For anyone also
look
that
at-
wants to see in the chat, I'll post it into the chat so that anyone can look without me having to interfere and pull it up. But you can see both the thing I'm talking about somewhat, and also the you can see the World Anvil and see some of the articles there. Sorry.
Good. Trying to look at where my money is. All right, yeah. He pulls out 220 pieces of silver
Mm-hmm.
because there's 110 people on this boat,
Mm-hmm.
and he starts tossing them as hard as he can out into the ocean behind the ship.
Interesting.
And he's going to say, a payment for the souls aboard this ship. Appeasement to Umberlee. Appeasement to the ferryman. And he's
You
just going
said
to
you're
keep throwing
on.
them.
Sorry, I'll wait.
That's it.
You said you're on the aft?
He is all the way as far back on the ship as you can get at basically the back rail, and like tossing silver as hard as he can, as far away from the ship as possible.
As you start tossing these coins into the
Okay.
water, you hear a rushing sound. As
And he's gonna stop.
and you see the head emerge just behind your ship. And then it goes down and strikes at the spot where you threw the coins and dives back under the water. And you hear a noise as it begins to circle around where you threw the coins. What do?
He doesn't do anything. He doesn't make any noise.
Everyone else, what are you doing?
He is gonna shush anyone nearby.
What was that, healing?
When I asked, I can't remember his name. When I asked him if if you know what that creature was, did he say anything? Abbas?
The abbot is, hang on a second, let me first roll to see. Okay. You see he is clutching the reliquary. And he's just like, God save us.
I'm gonna attempt to pray to the weave again.
Okay, roll religion. You sense that aside from the weave, there is a totality of absence here. The only things out in this weave, out in the pale, is you, the people around you, your ship, the other ships and the people, so the souls it contains, and the pale lights. There are no gods here. you are alone.
Oh. And then I'm gonna kind of go to the side of the ship and look over and see what I can see.
Roll perception for me. Amarasi and Boss, what are you two doing? And Maximus, though I can assume what you're doing, I will ask you still, what are you doing?
You already know. I make sure that
Nice.
flame doesn't go out.
All right. I want you to roll. I want you to roll Arcana to see how well you are maintaining your concentration on this flame.
This is gonna roll with disadvantage because I didn't click it again. Sorry.
Well, I will allow you
Oh.
to undo the disadvantage and roll
Thank you.
to see what it actually is.
No, you.
Oh well.
As you are holding this concentration and these sounds are going around you, the sound of the pale lights coming up behind the boat and then diving back down and striking, it's terrifying. And you begin to see the flame start to flicker. It's not gone, but it almost is. You are doing your best to guide by this flickering flame, and it's oftentimes going in the same direction, but it's a little frantic and manic.
May I feed flame into it?
You may certainly try.
Then I'm going to try and feed a firebolt spell into it. Do you need the spell?
Yes, please. So are you casting Firebolt itself, or are you trying to feed basically that spell slot in?
Well, it's a cantrip.
Or, sorry, the cantrip.
So, yeah, just effectively, like, feeding... Like, as it's starting to flicker out, he's like, no. No, and he's just gonna, like, start pouring my own magical essence into the flame.
As you do that, I want you to roll Arcana for me again to see. I want to see, because I've got what I've got here, which will decide some things. But I want you to roll to see.
No, stop giving me sexist, you... See you next Tuesday.
As you feed this into it, you see a puff of smoke before it's gone. You're in a spot where the weave is particularly thin.
I'll let you dictate this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, boss.
No, it's seeing all that and with the sailors' rhyme about the pail and seeing and knowing the dream, I'm going to basically looking around. Do I see any officers, first mate?
Yeah. Everyone extra has already been moved below decks after Zemturok told them all to go.
Okay, so I gesture over to them so they can come up real close. As many as I can wave in quickly.
Okay.
The pale lights are on us. They're sensing the movement and the vibrations. Remember the tune that you guys sang to us. Do not disturb the waters. We need you to spread the word. Sit down. Stay on your ass. We need to learn the weave so we can get through this and make as little waves as possible. And I mean that pun quite literally. You're welcome. Now spread the word and make sure everyone down below knows as well. and I'm going to head up towards where Max is.
Okay.
That's what I'm
So-
doing.
So you head over to where Max is. Healy, what are you doing?
What did I see?
What's that? Oh, that's right. The roll. You look down into the water, and you see absolute darkness, an infinite abyss.
Since there's nothing I can do, I'm gonna get to a central location on the ship and just kind of sit and meditate.
Okay. Amarasi, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna be going to the front of the ship and getting ready to help navigate the weave.
Okay. Zamtrok?
Well, seeing the throwing shit in the water is really bad. He's basically going to move to where Max is and ask him, is there some way I can help you?
All you're going to see is Max struggling as hard as he can to keep this flame alit. And you could see the desperation on his face as he is effectively trying to pour everything he has to keep this thing lit, if he has to.
So you see this, Zamtrok. What do you do?
Seeing as how this appears to be clearly something magical, he's going to try and help Max in any way he can, whether that's if it's reaching out with him or trying to help him better grasp the magic. Just sort of reaching out with his spirit to try and help him. Because he's Zom's out of his depth. He is not an arcane, knowledgeable individual. So it's sort of like you're holding a flame that doesn't exist, that is ethereal, that is clearly something of the weave, and it's getting hard to hold on to. So if I can push magic into him or try and help his grasp on the weave better by holding onto it myself, something like that.
So in that case, I'm going to say, before we go with what you whispered me, Maximus, both of you roll Arcana one more time. Okay.
Okay.
Zamtrok, as you try to help in any way that you can, this is something that is so out of your depth, you don't even know how to do what you're wanting to do. Maximus, as you are looking again to bring that spark of a flame back, you realize for just a moment the thread you had grasped onto is behind you now. It's not far behind, but it's behind.
Once I get up to the upper deck, am I able to see the rest, Rossi and
Yep.
Healy?
Yep, you can see them all.
Okay.
Max,
Sorry, go ahead, Max.
Max is going to, like, as he's starting to see, like, he can see that trail head behind him. He's gonna go more towards the back of the ship and see if this is connected to the lights. and he's gonna hold it kind of like he's gonna stand as close to the rail as he can and extend his hand backwards to see if it reignites.
It's far enough back, it doesn't reignite when you hold your hand out. You will have to turn the ship to try to find this thread again. But without knowing which direction to turn, you could either turn towards it or away from it.
Go back into that meditative state and see if I can find a new thread to pull us.
Okay.
Seeing as how Zomtarok didn't seem to be able to help, he's going to try and move back towards the front of the ship.
Okay.
Is that noise still really loud right here, where we're at?
It's not right where you're at. You hear it off. Everybody roll perception for me. Let's see who all hears this.
I don't want to. Roll 28. I don't want to.
You are not the only one.
I'm also not rolling because I'm focused on trying to figure a thread.
Good job, Healy. We got it.
Healy and Boss. You see, lit up in the fog, fire being, in different forms, being shot off towards this floating light. You hear the screams of these men. You hear the scream of it attacking. And then you see a final explosive burst of fire. As the light crashes into where the fire is originating from, you see a burst of flame, and in the silhouette of the flame, you see men and wood and ship get launched. And you see the light moving around, frenzied.
Before Zom walks off, I'm going to call Zom, Rossi, Healy. I'd like to try something if you don't mind coming up here. Quietly, if possible.
Sure.
Is he to be quiet? Yeah.
What was that, Healy? You cut out. What was that?
Quietly? What? She's yelling.
Alright. You want Ross to be quiet? Impossible.
I refuse. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I expected nothing less. So once we gathered up the whole party, Max is the only one who seemed to have had a grasp on what's leading us, and we've all seen what happens when we make too much noise in the water. So I have no point of reference on the arcane, but every one of you does. So, and I saw what Zom did, and I think that's not a bad idea. Use my psychic link between all of us, and we can pull your arcane energies, and pump it into Maximus. Use me as a focal point to dump it into him from all of you.
Interesting. I had
you
not
become
even
the conduit.
considered that. Okay. Tell you what, I will allow you to attempt this. But first,
Let me take a selfie.
Boss, I want you to make an Arcana roll for me.
Well, it's terrible, so if my brain gets burnt out.
We're gonna
well, there
see
you go.
what happens here. Okay,
Yay.
that's actually good.
I'm not terrible.
That's actually good. You feel, as you go to make these psychic links, no discernible change. in how they normally work.
Okay.
So you can make your links.
So I get the first 2 for free, so I'll connect myself to Max and Rossi, and then I'll burn one of my 6. Are we assuming Horns is here too?
For the sake of not doing stuff for her necessarily, she took the night watch. She's resting for the day.
Okay. So then I will. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So then I'll burn one of mine to connect to Zom and Healy. So, like I said, I'm just more of a conduit, so they can dump into it, and I'll try to help, but me no good at the magic. Do you want me to link the skill, or have you seen it enough to get a good grasp on it?
I've seen it. Roll for how many hours you can link.
Okay. Ooh, and actually, I think that might have. Did it increase? I don't know anymore. Oh, yeah. D6. 5. Damn, I'll take it. All right. You guys get me inside your head for 5 hours. Use it as much as you want.
And now for everyone who is funneling, if you were deciding to do this,
Is it also in character? If you can do anything to also, make this a little bit stronger, have any fun things to do, I'd suggest using it. So this, and by the way, this is a personal request since I'm not the one doing it, and I don't have proficiency in Arcana. But since I'm acting as the conduit, I do get that side bolstered neck. I can add a 1d6 to the roll.
Okay.
Is that applicable? No.
that's a tough ask.
I know. Okay,
you're-
that was me being greedy.
Because you're a conduit for it, you're not an amplifier for what's going into it.
Fair. Okay.
So let's.
Easy. I accept the arbitration of the.
Are you making? You're making the Arcana roll, right?
He made the Arcana roll to see how well he could establish the link with you all.
Okay.
And he was able to make it as good as he normally does.
Okay.
With no discernible change. Each of you
All right,
who
Max,
are
if
feeding
you all
in...
fang me, I'm gonna kick you in the dick in real life.
Yeah, well.
Each of you who are feeding into it, if you do decide to feed into it, roll Arcana. Arcana or Nature or Religion.
Not going to be much different, but here we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Better than normal.
Interesting. Okay.
I am going to use enhanced ability on myself and give myself Fox Cunning.
Before you do that, I want you to roll Arcana for me real quick. Okay. So, go ahead and cast. And then you were giving yourself Fox's Cunning, you said?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if she heard you or not.
So we have what, 3 people doing this right now? Given by the rule.
Yeah, we're at a grand total of 39.
What was that?
I would like to add 3 4s. You all get Flash of Inspiration. Because Lamau, or Flash of Genius.
Giving it to whom, though?
Myself, Keely, and Zamtarok.
What was Healy? Did you roll nature or arcana for the what you put into max?
I don't think she's rolled yet.
Ah, okay.
So, Healy, you were good to make that roll with advantage.
Damn.
Yes!
Damn, nat 20.
And then you get a +4 on top of that, so we've got, what, 26, 20, so 46, 60?
Plus 20
So-
for Zom, so 66.
60. Yeah, holy shit.
So... Boss, you feel a surge come through each of you. From each of them into you. I want you to make an intelligence saving throw with advantage for me.
All right, sorry about that.
No worries.
Intelligence saving throw, not my forte. So you guys are doing so fantastic. You're gonna actually burn my brain out. You know,
With
it was worth it. So
with
you're all
advantage.
welcome. When I die, say something nice, or don't. You know, angry.
You can do it, boss. We believe in you.
Power
Oh,
of friendship.
never mind. Actually, that's one of my better ones.
Nice. And he rolls
Yep.
2 dirty 20s.
2 dirty 20s.
Oh my god.
You feel a rush of power come through you. I am going to say, the way that I was going to work this was if you rolled a 15 or lower, it would burn one of your first level spell slots.
Oh.
So Zamtarok, remove one of your first level spell slots.
Okay. Ah, yes, the law of equivalent exchange.
You feel this rush come through you and you direct it to Maximus. Maximus, you feel a rush of power. And as this rush comes in, you are trying to grasp again at the flame, but the flame isn't coming. Instead, now floating above your hand, sprouting up, is a small vine. And it begins to tilt, almost like a flower would follow the sun. You can thank Healy.
Nature.
And it seems to have it seems almost like it's between 2 points, and it starts to tilt forward and to the right.
Max is going to walk back to the helmsman. And he's going to say, almost exasperated, just follow the damn thing. And he's going to look towards the other party members and nod in appreciation.
As you are making your way back onto the trail, onto the thread, you recognize, even for a moment, that you are not moving quickly because you are not on the thread anymore. You're trying to get back onto it. And movement, when not on it, is incredibly slow. And you hear, now after the ships to your right have been all but eradicated, I want each of you to roll perception for me. Except for Max, who is now, I'm going to say, entirely focused on keeping this thing. Healy. Okay. Yep. Healy, you are the only one that notices this. The pale light is in a frenzy. And it is moving around anywhere it can to find anything it can.
And I'm glad I told everyone to sit on their asses. Do nothing.
It moves in your direction.
I'm not allowed.
Would you like to share with the class?
Wait, Healy's the only one who saw that?
Healy's the only one that saw that.
Oh, wait.
You saw it moving around, and then you saw it dip under, and then you heard it coming closer. Healy's the one that was able to tell that it's in a frenzy.
I'm going to use my level 2 spell slot.
It's a little hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm going to use my level 2 spell slot to cast with animals. Since obviously this is a beast, but instead of talking to it, I'm just going to listen and hear if it's saying anything.
First, I want you to roll Arcana.
No.
Thank God you have advantage.
You still have the advantage.
Oh, I do. That's right.
Oh, thank God.
Ah. Not that it matters.
Go ahead and cast. Also, please make sure, all of you, that you are keeping track of your spell slots.
Amarasi, are you still at the ballista?
No.
Okay.
I moved to the front of the ship because actually, yeah, the ballista is at the front of the ship. I sat down at the front of the ship because I was gonna I was gonna cast detect magic and see if I could use the to see if I could follow the arc if we ended up doing that still.
Dom's gonna move towards you as quietly and carefully as he can. And just whisper to you like, Amarasi,
Yeah, what's up?
what's the maximum distance of the ballista?
He starts doing some math in his head. The ballista was, oh god, how much was it? The range was 480 max, right? For 5e? Okay. Maximum of 480 feet.
Great.
I am going to caveat that, though. The range on that is hampered because you cannot
And
elevate
I
it.
can't aim it up. Yeah.
So you are stuck at being able to fire at the midpoint, so to speak, of 240. You cannot fire closer unless it's something coming up to where it would be in that path. And you cannot fire further, not unless you fix it.
Okay, so I amend my statement to probably it should be able to shoot almost 500 feet, but I never fixed the mechanism that allows it to move up or down, so unless we can force it up or down.
How far?
What, probably like half, since it can't go up? I assume it's in like the default position.
Yep.
Probably
So-
240 feet or so.
And it's currently pointing full right, correct?
Yes.
You once told me that you can make sticks make noise.
Yes.
Can you do that without touching it?
I cannot. I need to use my Tinker's tools on it.
Okay.
Healy, after casting this, it works as normal. But the pale lights are so far beneath the water you hear at most a muffled noise, but you don't hear it clearly. And it can't clearly hear you. If you wish to speak with it, you'll have to get it above the water.
I don't want to speak to it, I just want to eavesdrop on it. So I'm going to keep listening.
Is the noise of this giant thing moving closer to the ship?
It was. You stopped hearing the noise for a moment.
Okay. Zam is going to tell Amarasi to, as quietly as he can, load the ballista. Don't make any noise.
I can try.
I am going to need a stealth roll from you, Amarasi, to try and load the ballista quietly.
Can I help him?
Okay.
You can help.
Excuse me, that is not correct. My armor does not get disadvantaged. Because I am wearing armor that gives me advantage for my disadvantage. It's not great still.
As far as I'm aware, Boss is still keeping you guys linked.
Okay, I'm going. Can I like speak through the link, or is it just?
You can only speak to Boss.
It's you to Boss, and Boss has to speak to someone else, like telephone.
I'm gonna ask the boss to tell everyone to stop moving. I'm trying to listen.
Amarasi, real quickly, I'll allow you to roll without the disadvantage.
Yeah, because it should cancel out.
Mhm.
So, let's
Might have to
see.
just roll a raw d20 plus 4.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Because it might
thinking.
keep just giving you disadvantage.
Wow.
You hear coming ever closer ahead of the ship, and then slowly rising out, you see a light just 100 feet in front of the bow.
Okay. Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I will telepathically tell everyone that Healy sees and hears the pale light, and she's asking us to stop moving immediately. Rossi, please stop moving. Healy's trying to listen, and she sees the animal approaching us. Maximus is not moving. He's focusing. Zam, Healy can see the pale light, and she can hear it, and she's telling everyone to stop moving immediately.
He stops. He's going to put a hand on Amarasi.
Yeah, Emerasty like instantly stops moving and just freezes up.
But the noise has already been made. And the pale light's head is up out of the water in front of you. Healy, you hear a voice.
Interlopers. You are not welcome here. I know you can't hear me, elf.
Oh shit.
Speak.
We do not mean trespass. The ships you killed destroyed our homes, and we are just trying to find a safe place to go.
Whatever reason you have to come, you are not welcome.
Is there anything we can do to persuade you otherwise?
Interlopers, for whatever reason they interlope, are still interlopers. You may not pass, and you may not leave.
Any way that
Oh, you're cutting out. I can't hear you.
we really need to pass?
You're still cutting out. I don't know if it's.
Rude.
I don't know if it's the mic. I don't know if you need to move it closer or if it's. Because I'm like not hearing you except for a couple of words. Try again.
Better.
It's about the same.
Ooh.
Oh, now that I heard.
That better?
It sounds like you're talking from across the room. Try try unplugging it and plugging back in the mic real quick.
Okay. Are we better?
It's a little bit better.
Perfect.
Although now I'm hearing myself. Oh, not hearing myself as much. Oh, no, now I'm hearing myself again. Did you, oh, that might be why. Do you not have headphones or earbuds?
Nope.
Okay, so that's what's happening. The noise suppression, when you're speaking, it's playing through your speakers, and it's trying to automatically stop that. And when it's trying to stop that, it's cutting out on you inputting. That's what's happening.
Better.
Quiet, but not cutting out as much there.
Why won't anything work?
That
I mean,
ironically came through pretty clear.
Yeah, that worked pretty well. Oh, but that didn't.
Nothing works.
That came
Oh,
through really
that
clear.
came through perfectly.
Okay.
All right, I think it's working now. All right.
Can we see this thing's face?
Yes.
Does it have eyes that appear to be able to see?
You see two dark spots, which if you were to shine a light would have a sort of reddish reflection. And you see in front of its face that hanging light in the face of an anglerfish.
I'm gonna ask it why we can't pass. How are we interloping?
The gods deemed this place to be a place of nothing. You are not nothing,
So sweet.
but you can be.
So sweet. Not so much.
Are you here to protect the land?
I am here to protect the Pale.
I know that a group has come through before. Were they allowed to pass?
I imagine that you will soon see.
Max is
Gonna-
doing something dumb, but he's ready in an action, by the way.
Goes on.
None of you can hear him, by the way. Only
I'm
Healy.
well aware. There's
Yeah,
a
we're just-
monster beside our ship. What do you mean?
just-
I don't
We're
need to hear
staring.
shit.
We're staring at the face of a giant monster, just like. It's not
Staring
attacking.
at me. I'm gonna link to boss and say that I'm currently communicating with the creature. Do you guys want to know anything? Because he's intent to kill us.
I assumed you, since you said stop moving, something was happening with you. But taking a look at our boy Max, he's getting a little antsy. So I can pass some words along if you'd like.
Anyone want to know anything?
Okay. Rossi, Max, and Zom. Healy's talking with the monster. She says it wants to kill us.
Can we distract it?
Healy, to your knowledge, can we distract him?
It's a pretty big dude.
She does not believe so. Healy, we have two options. Either we try to fight it, or do you think there's a way we could convince it to let us pass?
I'm trying, but it is. It said we're all something, and there's only nothing here, which is really sweet. But not in this context.
Isn't it also something?
If we leave, wouldn't that remove the something from here?
He won't let us leave either.
Of course he fucking won't.
But I can ask. So I'm gonna ask the beast, if we leave, will you grant us safe passage out?
You may not leave.
Gonna work with us at all?
She's like, can you like stop being a dick? That's all I'm asking.
Is there some kind of price that needs to be paid to pass?
Zom wants to know if there's a price to pass.
If there is, he's not telling me.
He's not letting us know.
But have we asked him if there is a price to pass?
Can you ask him, please, Miss Healy, just in case?
Yeah. Is there a price to pass?
You live now only because you are the first to speak. But my task by the gods is clear. None may enter, and none may leave.
Since none can leave, and we at least go to the shore and figure out a more humane way to die rather than drowning?
To go to shore, you must leave. and none may leave.
Have the gods not spoken to him since? Because we know that there are groups who have come through here before and then passed back.
Well, we don't know he's saying that to her. So.
Well, to be fair, only one has passed back. Because the second expedition went and didn't come back.
God asked you to do this.
The gods created me to do this.
Interesting.
All right, Max, go single-handedly kill that thing, please. Hurry up.
Do you have any weaknesses?
Actually, I am allergic to shellfish. It's fact about C1.
Many have tried. I do not know, as all who have come before have died.
Only one didn't.
You speak.
We were running around with him.
You speak of the great interloper.
I mean, he was okay.
Tell me, elf, what fate befell the interloper?
He died in the fires that destroyed our home, trying to protect the innocents.
Then the knowledge has died with him.
Basically.
Then, once you are gone, all will be as it should.
People are gonna keep coming back. As long as there aren't people to warn them. So what's the harm in letting us go check it out? One of us goes back and does his job all over again.
Nobody fears the known. If a survivor goes back and tells, others know that they can come and go back and tell. But as long as no one returns, you will not be brave enough to come.
That's a good question, though. Are we still moving? Or did we just stop moving?
You're still moving. And the
hell
creature is
yeah.
keeping pace in front of you.
I'm gonna ask Boss, how much further do we have?
Like
Hey,
10
Max.
days.
Healy wants to know how close we are to the thread.
We're close, but if we can't get him out of our face, we will never outrun him.
Y'all ever seen The Little Mermaid?
Healy, he says we're close, but with it in front of him and not out of our way, we'll never.
As I said, the creature is keeping pace in front of you all.
Trying to see how much longer I need to talk to this guy.
Possibly several days.
Let's go, I'm in.
I hope you can filibuster this beast for a while.
I'm gonna turn back to the beast. So since we're gonna die anyways, can I get to know you a little better?
There is nothing to know.
Like, you're the coolest creature I've ever seen. And since we can talk, I like making friends.
It's going to be an extremely high DC. Roll persuasion.
my question, boss, for Healy is there, so this thing tells us we can't be here, we can't leave. Is it because it doesn't want us to get to the land beyond, or it doesn't want us to go home? Just, semantics.
Really,
Knowledge of the place.
I'm wondering why it won't let us leave. Does it not want us to reach our destination, or just
I think she already answered.
role play because
Hmm.
I'm acting as a conduit?
When you ask about it, if it wants to become your friend, everybody hears. But Healy, along with that, you hear.
I have no need for friends. I need only fulfill the task given to me by the gods.
Does the information filter back? Because if we know, this is out of character, if we know it doesn't want any information getting back to the land we came from, we could all just swear an oath to never pass back through the Pale, and then that information would never leave beyond the Pale. Just a thought. Because the alternative is fighting a sea monster that we may be a lot under-leveled for. I've never seen a sea beast like this, and usually most crews that fight them do not survive.
I mean, none of the other ships did. I know you don't need friends. We don't need friends. But it's nice to have someone to talk to. I mean, you said you've never spoken to anyone else before, so is there anything you'd like to tell? Any cool stories? While you have an ear to listen?
Little elf, you may try as we might to grasp at life. Know that it will not deter me from my nature and my task.
What is your task? To keep people out? Or to not let them leave?
None may pass, none may leave.
It's already failed its mission. Is that why he's so upset? Is he upset because he fucked up?
I feel like you're projecting a little.
Did the gods punish him for letting the expeditions go by?
Is there some kind of oath we can take if we just don't say anything? We can play dead.
Roll persuasion again. Again, it's going to be a very high DC.
Thank you, Roll20.
Very nice.
Very nice.
You are amusing, little elf. But you cannot convince me that all aboard these vessels would keep to their oath. The fickleness of man has ever been its downfall.
What if we destroy the ships?
Listen, I'm from the woods. I've seen what man can do, and I agree. they suck. But we shouldn't punish all these innocent people who are just trying to get away from their city being burned to the ground.
Innocent and guilty here have no meaning. Those are concepts for the gods to judge,
And let the gods judge us.
and they shall.
But not right now.
Good. I love it. Yeah.
It is not for me to decide whether or not I fulfill my purpose.
I mean, technically it is. You have a choice.
Have you any purpose, little elf?
I'm trying to figure that part out.
If you were to find your purpose, would you deny it?
Depends on the purpose. Like, if someone told me my purpose was to kill a bunch of innocent woodland creatures, I'd be like, nah, that's not for me.
And do you know the consequences of denying your purpose?
No.
Then be
Do you?
grateful. Be grateful that you may never need find out.
So what is the consequence if you don't destroy everyone that comes in the pale?
I'm gonna need you to roll persuasion again for me, please.
Quickly, so we can hear all of
None of
Healy's
this.
comments.
So, as boss relays Healy's comments to you guys, yes.
Okay, so Emeralcy,
Only what she's sharing with boss is what we hear from the creature.
yeah.
So basically, that
But
entire
we can hear
conversation,
Healy's
we didn't-
comments. So we can hear
No.
half of the conversation.
No.
We only know what Healy shares back to boss
Mm-hmm.
and what boss relays to us, which is why, like, what we know is that it has said we're not allowed to be here, we're interlopers, we're not allowed to leave, and that there isn't a price or anything that we can do to fucking make it not kill us, as far as it understands of its duty. So, Zom's like grasping at straws with like, can we just never return? Is there an oath we can take? Is there some other kind of, like, hole in this duty anywhere? Because it doesn't seem like it. It totally seems like we are all about to fucking die, and that's all it knows. So if the idea is that it thinks we're going to come back and tell friends, none of these people have a home to go back to. Wherever we're going to is our final fucking destination. We're not coming back. There is no turn around and go tell everyone. Because as far as we're concerned, there's nowhere back to go back to. There is no home left.
There's something that we need to keep in mind, and this is out of character, is we still know that there is a journal detailing the information of this. So, even if the Great Interloper died, there's still his journal that is totally accessible to anyone in theory.
Unless someone told the creature that he was burned to death and it was on him.
Oops.
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt the creature even knows that he has a journal.
We could, we can lie.
Yeah,
like, we
that's
can
the
say
only
the
other
journal has
option
passed.
is to lie to this creature and tell it that the knowledge is already out there. Because in fact, the Crown of Lyridia still knows that this place exists beyond the Pale. That's why we're here.
And didn't he say that the journal was between him and the Crown?
Yes.
So, in theory, there is
The Crown could have a
information
copy.
that this guy, that our big water beastie, can't actually do anything about that. In theory, we could.
I think we're looking at this the wrong way.
I mean,
I
I think
mean-
we're all trying not to die.
we've got no bargaining chips here. The only bargaining chip is that this guy has failed his job, and we can potentially do something to help him succeed.
Except his job is to kill us all.
Yep.
I tried to give him a suicide pact. That didn't work.
Which basically sounds like we're going to have to fight this thing.
I'm working
it's-
on it.
Okay. I'm just saying out of character, like, all of this is very slowly approaching the, I think you, like, I'm just waiting for the, you've wasted my time enough. It's time to face Oblivion. So that I can just sidekick the fucking ballista to face this motherfucker and pull the trigger. Cause I don't see that. You can't be here. You're interlopers. You can't stay. You're not allowed to leave. All that is here for you is death. That's a pretty solid. That's pretty watertight right there. I don't know
Trying
too
so
many
hard to
lawyers.
give him an existential crisis, and it's not working.
Also, keep in mind the sort of conversation you can have with a beast is dependent on its intelligence.
Being that it seems to be so hell-bent on its own duty and unwilling to even think outside of that box, either it's extremely smart and knows you're trying to plea for life, or it's just dumb enough to only understand its duty. Both of those, logically, point towards there is no way out.
What god is this guy working for?
Gods,
All of them.
Okay,
apparently the gods made
there's
this
no
thing.
way he's working for all of them.
Why not?
I mean, we could petition the gods if he really wanted to. If he's willing, if he were willing to listen to the beings who gave him his duty and his own and created him, we could literally all petition different gods and call them here and ask them to grant us passage.
Wait a second.
gonna
we
work?
have a god on ship, technically.
Huh?
Yeah,
got
that's what
Homeboy's
I was
ashes.
wondering. That's right, the reliquary.
Sure.
Release the plague on him. That'd be terrifying.
So what did my 18 do?
Alright.
The only reason you still draw breath is my amusement. It has been too long since I have known anything of the world outside the pale. Tell me, what has become of the world?
See, you're not gonna like what's become of the world because of the whole humans are shit thing. So, I was living in the woods, and I met this really cool dude and his son. They were really nice. So everyone I've interacted with has been really cool. We got another guy on here that gave me a place to live when I was sleeping on the ground. So, while there is a city that's burnt, and you already destroyed the people who did it, so I applaud you for that. The other people have been doing great and just trying to do what they can to help everyone else.
He just sort
Do you
of
want to know anything
sits
else
him.
more specific?
And what of the gods that they worship?
So, about that. We actually have one. Kind of. So, there was a god that. There was a man that saved the city before by absorbing all of the flames, and it killed him. but his ashes were left in a, what's it called, the reliquary? And we have that on board.
The dead
Do you know this
have
god?
no power here.
I know the dead have no power here, but
And
it's still like a
here.
really cool thing.
And he holds no sway of my nature.
But do you know him?
He doesn't seem to
Dom's
do
gonna-
anything.
So I'm gonna
You
start
wanna
praying
see
to
it?
his different gods and pray for intercession.
Roll
So when
religion.
we were leaving, sorry, I was
anyone
just
else.
gonna tell him how the heartbeat happened whenever we were leaving.
Fuck, you rolled 20.
Max is gonna go into his mind and see if the entity can help him figure out why this beast is still here, since I'm not getting a lot of information.
Making friends.
So I'm going to need you to roll Arcana with disadvantage. Actually, for you, I'll let you choose between Arcana or Religion, but you will be rolling with disadvantage because you are still maintaining the focus on the vine.
It's the same.
Okay.
8! Yay!
Max, the entity you made a bargain with is silent. Zamtrok, you hear and feel nothing. Healy, as you are... Well, first let me ask, what are you doing with your religion check? Are you praying? What are you doing?
I was gonna hopefully use that to like explain more about the guy that we have the reliquary for.
Mhm.
And try to see if the creature wants to see it, since it did make the heartbeat, so it is obviously a thing.
You... It sort of like growls for a moment and then goes,
Show me.
And I run and grab it, and I bring it back to him.
it leans down. It is now close enough to where you the light that hangs down in front of the anglerfish is less than a few feet away from you. And it breathes deeply.
Why would you bring something like that here?
It was really important to the people that we're saving. Why wouldn't I?
And you see its teeth are beginning to show even more now.
Is he not a good guy?
You dare to defy the guards.
What do you do?
No. How is this defying the gods?
Are you asking him?
Yeah.
Oh.
What you have brought with you could spell doom for untold. Were it not my duty to destroy any who pass through these mists, I would destroy you for this alone.
Throw this in the ocean. Can I trade this for us passing through?
To throw that into these waters would be to defile them.
Well, then you can't destroy our ship. Then it's gonna hit the water.
Roll persuasion.
That advantage.
I believe persuasion is charisma, not
It's charisma. I have
intelligence.
no advantage.
Well, right, but I was saying because she's using this bargaining chip of, if you kill us, the entire ocean gets defiled, and thus the Pale gets defiled, and then you've double fucked your mission. Congratulations. I'm holding a nuclear weapon, and you want to kill me. If I die, the nuclear weapon goes off.
You just-
What's your game there, buddy? Unless he wants to eat it.
You see it as thinking over the situation, the choice it has.
Give it its existential crisis.
You give me a great and terrible choice, little elf.
Give you my oath to destroy it when we get through.
You cannot destroy what it has. None but the gods may destroy it. The
Can I-
gods abandoned it for that very reason.
Oh. What if I meet up with the gods and give it to them?
To meet with the gods would be to meet with death.
Is it though?
I'm gonna need you to roll persuasion to not piss it off with that one. Because it's... Yeah.
He was created, spoke with the gods because they had to give him his mission. He's like, only things that die meet the gods. Really?
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. My bad.
Do
I have
not
a cool bug.
presume to tell me of matters you know nothing of, little elf. I have seen the gods and spoken with them. What do you know of the gods?
I mean, I don't know much. So, I think that that's really admirable that you have this way to speak with them, and that they did create you to do this awesome task. I just know that we have this thing that will make the Pale very bad if we release it here. So I'm just asking that you let us pass so we can try to find a different place to leave it.
Roll persuasion again.
Yeah. That did not work.
Thank you, Roll20.
The choice you present me with is to meet with ruin by destroying you, or to unleash ruin on the world by letting you leave.
So is it letting us leave or just this box?
If you do not leave with it, then who will?
We could throw it into his mouth.
Gordon, what's up? What's up, Maximus?
Told you I was gonna do something done, and I've been ready in action, correct?
You have?
I'm gonna burn all the magic that has been bestowed in me. I'm going to cast Conjure Celestial.
Okay.
I do not know the spell personally, but it's... I'm assuming, like, she's... Okay, actually, before I do this, because I don't want to meta, has she been relaying
Anything?
most of what's being said,
That's
or is it just like what she's actually said to boss?
As far as
Okay.
we know, it's only what she said to boss, so
Okay, then
nothing
never mind.
is-
I will not do what I was going to.
Okay.
I'm sad because I have the answer. I can't use it.
Odds would hurt us if we hadn't rolled shitty. Like, there's a million things that could have happened to make this not. If it ain't
No,
close
you
enough
have
to hear me
an-
moving across the ship.
An answer. You have an answer, not the answer.
Okay, excuse me for semantics. Boss!
No,
But
please.
yes, I
Okay.
have an answer.
I'm gonna ask the creature
Bye,
if he'd
Niffy.
like to see a really cool trick.
Throws the reliquary in his mouth. It's like, here.
Oh,
There will be no tricks here,
but you haven't seen anything from the outside world. I have a bug with me that I taught some really cool tricks. Would you like to see it?
God, if this works, I'm going to die.
You are pressing your luck, little elf.
A lot of people get to see it because I never get a good chance. And if I'm gonna die, I'd like Bugtholomew to do 2 more tricks.
Hear me, elf. I understand. It is not easy to meet with one's fate. Rest assured, I do not do what I do out of malice. I hold no ill will towards you. But my duty is mine.
I understand.
Sucker doesn't understand shit. I live for millennia. You have a very short lifespan. I understand death. I'm gonna kill you now. Like, fuck
Well, I mean, he
you.
deals it out on a constant basis. That's-
Is there any way we could make a deal involving this very, very bad, now that I've learned, item and our lives?
You see him lean back and breathe in. And as he breathes in, you see, just beginning to peek out through the sky, some moonlight.
And I yelled at boss, I think I fucked up. Through the mind teleports.
Okay.
Thank
I
you for
will-
sharing that. Great.
Yeah, Rossi.
Most
Matt,
useful fucking information.
she thinks she said something bad and she thinks she's fucked up, so, grab your ass.
He doesn't, I'm gonna tell him real quick, he doesn't like this box. So I've been trying to get him to let us through so he can destroy it. But that's not working. And he won't let us talk to the gods unless we die. So, I think I made him mad now.
So, us, Rossi, Max, and Zom, she's been basically holding him hostage with this box, which is very bad, a lot worse than we imagined. And if he kills us, it sounds like he basically fucks everything. But she also said he won't let us. He gets orders from the gods, but won't let us talk to the gods unless he kills us. But she thinks she might have pissed him off.
So he understands nothing of religion or the gods.
While you guys are having this conversation, as
So I'm
this
going to be
creature-
kicking that fucking ballista around to face him, by the way. Because I have a feeling of what's going to fucking happen next.
Okay.
Please don't fuck up my beautifully repaired ballista.
It's about to get eaten, Amarasi. It's not going to fucking matter.
But
you
I
guys,
just shoot it once.
you guys, roll to start aiming the ballista.
What do I roll?
Keep in mind, anything that you are hearing right now. First of all, has what you guys are doing been communicated to Healy while she's talking with the beast?
Well, I'm going to ask Boss, are we fighting it?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I don't know. He hasn't attacked us this long, so there's obviously something at play here that either it doesn't understand or we don't. Everything else died the moment they attacked it, but I couldn't tell you.
Well, its job is to kill us, so I'm assuming it's going to try to kill us. Soon.
Its job was to kill us, and now it hasn't been, so something's been stopping.
I'm gonna say he's collecting moonlight. And then I'm gonna yell at the beast, please don't kill us. We have to be able to get through this. We can reach an understanding.
That was out loud, everyone heard that.
As it leans back and it continues to breathe in, and the moonlight is peeking through more and more and more, you guys can see the sky for the first time since you've entered the Pale.
Almost like we're leaving the Pale?
Almost, but not quite.
Well, I guess we keep distracting it then.
And Healy, you hear.
It seems your fate is tied to the fate of either myself or those in the world. I will beseech the gods, and what they tell me will decide your fate.
Oh, boss, he's talking to the gods now. Don't do anything.
Zom, Max, and Rossi, it appears the hole he's opening in the sky, he's going to speak to the gods and see what their fate for us is. If you wanted to talk to yours now, that might be a good idea.
Okay, I guess I will, or I'll try.
Amorasi, a firm believer in hedging your bets, gets down on his knees and begins praying. But what?
I'm
No
having to do
idea.
the changes manually because my Stream Deck is not working as far as switching back and forth. But roll religion. Any of you who want to roll religion, roll religion.
Fuck
Zamtruck,
you, Fuck you,
I was going to
sideways.
say, you may roll with
Fucking
advantage,
cocksucker.
Zamtruck. You may roll with advantage.
Okay, I'm not using Roll20. I rolled with a normal dice. I got an 18 plus 7. Roll20 has gone downhill with my rolls, so I can't trust it anymore.
Yeah.
Make your roll, Amarasi.
I did. Do you want me to do it in Roll20 though?
Yes, please.
Hey, we all
Okay.
gotta get fucked together. Welcome to the gangbang.
Yep. This is
Okay,
one that is
you
of
know-
such importance where
I rolled a 25 with my dice, but in 15. I'll take that for now, I guess.
Zamtarak, you feel not only the presence of your deity, like beginning to feel more present as these mists begin to part. Your deity has been worried. since it stopped sensing you.
He's going to pray and basically say we've been cut off by a beast that it claims you made, and claims that its only job is to destroy any who come through the Pale. So if you could talk to this thing that apparently you guys made, you and the other gods, that would be grand. Because Zom's not just praying to Valkor, he's praying to all of his gods.
Hmm?
He's just like, hey guys, the thing you made is kind of doing a little fucky-wucky. You might want to maybe come poke that.
Healy, as the beast sits there quietly for a moment, it looks back down at you.
The gods are in discourse over you.
Me specifically?
All of you.
Okay.
Many of them are pleading your case. And many more are asking you to die, but fear what may become of what you possess. The object that you carry brought your ruin. The gods have decided. You may go, but you may not return ever. And any you
Fucking valid.
direct to pass through the Pale, you send to their death.
Fair enough.
I
Can
will
you?
not
Are you
help
allowed to guide us through the Pale?
I will not guide you, for I am needed across all of the Pale, and I have already lingered too long.
Well, before you go, I just want to say it was lovely meeting you. You never gave me your name. May I have it?
I have no name.
I will name you my friend.
You see his eyes narrow for a moment.
Do all in your tongue have such ridiculous names?
When I remember, I will let you know.
If you were to see me again to let me know, Ruin Bearer. It
I
would
send
be
you
the
a little note.
last.
You see it stop, and it sinks back into the water.
Healy, do you want to tell us what the fuck is going on?
I made a friend.
Hell yeah, Healy. Way to go.
I doubt
That was in character.
Well, congratulations. So, is
Oh,
it going to
we
eat
can
us or
go
not?
through, but
Aha.
we cannot come back to the Pale ever again, or we will be
Right.
murdered.
Why were we let through?
Because they don't like this box.
Did he
They
explain?
really do not like this box.
Did he explain what it does?
That it brings certain ruin.
Why are we carrying a box that brings certain ruin, Healy?
I just found that out myself. I don't know.
Okay. Well, In the future,
Maybe when we get through and find some land, we can.
we can
ask
bring
some
ruin
people.
on all of it. Yeah.
But they do not want it in this
Is this-
water.
Is this said loud enough for I don't know, me to hear it way in the back or no?
I mean, I'm assuming Zom is fucking exasperated because he's been stressed all the shit, facing literal death. And then he's
Yeah, I'm
just
not
like,
telling
I
you.
made a friend, and is clearly knows something. It's just like,
Yeah,
what the
I
fuck
just-
just happened? Couple things. You know, it's my friend now, so we get to go, but we can't come back, or it'll kill everything that comes through. Like,
Yep,
Named him my
it
friend.
just a little iffy on that. You know, it doesn't sound like your friend if it's still like, oh yeah, I'm gonna commit gank if you come back here.
He just has to. It's a little quirk. It's fine.
It's a quirk in your relation. You know, all
Literally.
relationships have boundaries. All healthy relationships. This is a murder boundary, and that's totally healthy.
on the one hand, thank God that you don't communicate a lot, but on the other hand, Jesus Christ, communicate more. If it was like, if you take this thing away, then you bring ruin on the entire world, but if you drop it here, then it brings ruin on the sea. Zom would have taken it, thrown it in his fucking mouth, and been like, fuck you. Now
I'm
you're
talking to the-
ruined, asshole.
I got a -1 intelligence. You can't ask much.
I'm not much better. I have a 0. That's why I'm a paladin who can't fucking roll religion to save his
I
fucking ass.
don't I have no idea why religion is intelligence, because here I am, like, literally the only person who doesn't follow a specific god or like a deity, and I have the highest religion in this group.
Yeah, and if you look at most of the religious classes,
They
intelligence
don't
isn't their
have
stat.
int. I know, it's like, oh, I'm an artificer. I believe God is dead, but I have a high religion, so I can tell you that God isn't dead.
Well, I
That is
mean,
what-
if you're a artificer that believes the gods are dead, and then all of a sudden a giant beast with the body of what's the
Then if I saw this thing,
If Jormungandr shows up,
I would classify it as an SCP and move about my day still believing that God is dead. Actually, even more confirm that God is dead. If something this big and thick exists, God clearly doesn't exist to protect us. I'd be like, yep, time to start the SCP Foundation. Let's get the hell out of here.
Let's go.
my big question is, does Healy ever mention the fact that apparently it spoke with the gods, and then they decided that we could go?
Well, and more to the
Oh, I
point
forgot
that
about
most
that
of
part.
that the majority of the gods wanted us to die. Like, let's consider that for a second.
But the cool box saved us.
Like, how many is most of the gods? Do we have like 95% of the gods all like, oh yeah, viciously murder them? Except, oh, they have the box. We'll have to wait on that. And the other 5% are like, they're alright. Like, what's the proportion here? How screwed are we?
I think the big problem here is also, like, we don't have any understanding of the creation of the beast. So the fact that it was made by the gods, we don't know which gods or how many. So it could have been made by a bunch of evil gods, and there are very few good gods that made it.
Or it could be made by literally all the gods, apparently, because there's enough for them to have some sort of, like, council on deciding our fate, so...
Yeah, can we go, please?
I mean, the ship's still moving, it hasn't stopped.
Yeah, there's not much else for us to do at the moment. Like, we just...
so you
I mean,
you continue following the path as given by the vine in Maximus's hand.
As we're leaving, I'm gonna look over the side and wave to the water and be like, bye, friend.
And you all continue.
All right. I'm gonna take a second and I'm gonna approach Healy if possible.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah. Plesiosaurus is what I was thinking of. When you have a creature that basically has the body of a plesiosaurus with the head of an anglerfish telling you it's going to converse with the gods, that might be a moment as an agnostic to maybe...
really consider how agnostic
Yeah.
are you?
Checkmate, atheists. Giant
mean, like-
anglerfish head just told me he's talking to gods.
You could argue that there's shit like the Tarask that isn't a god. And like, if there's shit that powerful, then just some random like guy who's that powerful could just be like, "Oh, I'm a god." And what's the proof then? Who knows? I don't know. Atheism in D&D is fun as hell.
Yeah. So, boss,
I just
you
thought for sure that he was about to murder us because I said, told him about Bartholomew.
he was pretty
Oh my
damn
god.
sad. Boss, you approach Healy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably gonna be cutting out. I'm a little far away from where I'm supposed to be. But
No worries.
Healy, I only got a little bit of what was happening, what you shared, but you saved us, so thank you.
Can I get everyone together and kind of tell how that went?
Sure, that'd be great. Zom would love
Everyone?
No, just our party.
I would
Okay.
love to know what the hell happened there.
Okay.
And can I
Everyone, are each of you planning on leaving wherever you're at to meet with Healy?
I mean, might as
Yes.
well, right?
I mean, Zom's right. Zom and Am are literally right there at the front where she was
Yeah.
talking to this thing.
If we're sharing it with everybody, we should probably go by Max since he's driving.
I'm going to boop Healy's nose.
Can I
Oh,
roll
thank you, Haley.
performance
Saved us, I guess.
to kind of see how well I tell the story?
Sure.
I do a terrible job, as usual.
Figures.
So I'm gonna start the story with.
What happened was.
See, I was trying to eavesdrop, and then the dude knew that I could hear him. And I'm the only person he's ever talked to outside of gods. So he thought that was cool. So we went back and forth for a while. I tried to tell him how people are okay, but I'm also a wood elf, so I'm gonna tell him that people are actually shit. But that we had a lot of innocent lives here that did not deserve to die. And he didn't like that, because everyone dies when they go to the Pale. No one enter, no one leave, type deal.
Except Darrigan, so he's already wrong.
See, I brought that up, and he did not like that, but he didn't really. He asked what happened to him. He called him the ultimate interpreter or something. Interloper.
What did you say?
I said he's okay. Like, he's nothing crazy. So then I told him how he died saving people from those fires of the ship that he already killed, which yay him. And that's how I found out that all of the information related to the Pale is now gone. So I didn't have that kind of leverage anymore.
Yeah, that was really terribly done. You should not be our diplomat anymore.
Yeah,
You
as
talk to
far
animals?
as leverage goes, you are just a broken lever, Chief.
Did it not work?
It worked because apparently you told us we have literally the ruination on this ship in your hands, no less.
I asked him if he knew what this god was, because he said there's no gods here and that they created him. So I said, hey, we got a cool little thing.
Have we ever
you know this guy?
considered that this box isn't a god, but is in fact like just a cosmic destroyer instead of a god, and that's why he said there's no gods here? Because he seems to be able to sense gods pretty well.
Well, I asked him
I
if he
think what
wanted
you just
the
said
box,
is an oxymoron.
and he didn't want the box.
Hey, you're not supposed to call me a moron. I thought we agreed that was a no.
An oxymoron.
And
Because
that
if it's a celestial destroyer, it's something that doesn't make sense. It's a paradox. If it's
Well-
a celestial destroyer in an object, then it is technically the power of a god, which in turn makes it an object god.
Well, maybe it's just he like starts he puts his big boy hat on and starts really thinking for a word. Maybe it's just semantics that you're talking about, and this dragon thing knows does not know the semantics of godliness.
I mean, he just opened the sky and talked, so he might know a thing or two.
I
I don't know if he opened the sky or we came through the edge of the pale.
Oh, also, when he
Was that
finished
full?
talking to the gods, I forgot to mention, the mist closes back up.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
well,
important
that
detail.
confirm
Important
he's
detail. I'm
just-
sorry, I forgot to mention it. Yeah.
really
important details.
attuned
Oh,
with the one god who is like with the pale, or maybe the pale
And-
is just.
And also with the religion check that both you and Healy both had, when that happened, you feel your connection to your god go back to, like, nothing.
All my
I'll-
theories are trash.
While this conversation is going on between the three of them, can I look over at Max and see how he's reacting to hearing all this? And
Yeah.
if he's especially looking peeved, boss is gonna love it. So just add a little flavor into it.
He's definitely like, as he's listening to the story unfold, he's just like, I can't. Man.
life of the
Like,
entire ship was in
he-
Healy's hand.
He starts to face
Who
palm
did that?
with the hand that's got the vine in it, and he goes,
no,
and
no,
just
no.
takes the other hand and just kind of rubs his forehead. It's just,
And I go, but wait, it gets better!
no.
Really doesn't.
I was trying really hard because I saw we were still moving to just like talk to him.
Just talk.
So he asked how the life was on the land because he's been in the Pale for so long.
And you told him it
So
was
I-
shit.
Yes. And
But You're a
no.
wood elf. Oh, and no.
I told him about the really nice guy and his son and how our preacher man downstairs gave me a place to sleep when I had
The
none.
preacher man of the cosmic destroy box.
Yeah, the ruination box. Yes.
Listen,
That's
Okay.
the best you could offer
enough.
him. Oh, I'm good friends with the guy who reverently believes in the ruination box.
well, basically, I told him yes, men are still absolute pieces of garbage. There are many who are just trying to live and do the right thing.
That is the worst description of an entire sexual group that I've ever heard in my life, Healy.
I feel
not
like
even-
this is ironic coming from the person who literally saved the ruination box.
Listen, I have my priorities.
Your priorities are to save the thing that would ruin an ocean.
I didn't know that. I just knew it was important.
But he told you that it would ruin the ocean.
I didn't know when I saved it. I
Okay, well-
asked him if he wanted it. I asked him if he wanted the box. He said no, that would ruin our waters here. And I said, oh, well, can we go through and destroy it elsewhere? And
And
he
what did he-
said that we can't destroy it
Well,
or something
did he
like that.
did he describe how it could be destroyed?
No.
I don't
Okay.
think you are a good, like. I don't think you have a good insight
wait.
on character or boxes or strange boxes for that matter. You need to build up your insight into strange boxes.
He did ask me if I knew what my destiny was, and I told him I didn't, because I don't. We're having a
Well-
very good, friendly conversation.
Apparently, you're destined to carry a ruination box to safety, which doesn't say a lot for having a good destiny long term. Like, I helped carry a child to safety.
We're going to a place that is going to become our only home. And you
You know,
are literally
For me,
being
you wouldn't have
bringing...
had the boat.
Out of character, though, if any of you have ever, like, babysat, you would know that a toddler is ruination. You would...
I'm a toddler, believe me.
Okay, I saved someone who is slightly older than a toddler, I think.
Anyways.
And if it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have a boat.
What?
I'm the reason we have the ship.
You made the ship for us?
You made
No,
this ship?
it would have been destroyed.
By the ruination
How-
box.
What? In what way? How?
By the people. I had it
You-
set up and ready to go.
You really have it set out to hate people. As people, I I'm kind of worried. Like, I gave you that ring and I thought we were good, and now as people, like, I'm kind of worried about
You're still
where
on
I
thin ice.
stand with the keeper of the ruination box.
I don't
Once
think you should
we
be the
land,
keeper of
we
the
can
ruination
figure
box.
out what to do with
So
it.
this is fun, but I'm gonna go let the rest of the crew know that we're not on death's door, so they can stop shitting themselves.
Oh, that's
that'd be great.
true.
Okay, so
also,
long
to-
story short,
yeah, reliquary actually is ashes of a man who saved the entire city of Lorid, so not a ruination box. You're really kind of diminishing a heroic act. So, all right, Agent Kings, love you. Bye.
so long story short, I continue to try to make friends with him. He didn't want to be friends. He thought that was pointless. I think he secretly wants a friend. Personally. But he didn't want to see Bartholomew do any tricks, and then he talked to the gods, and here we are.
Yeah, I think this pretty much cements that you shouldn't be our diplomat ever again.
This
Did it
ever
not
be-
work?
If this ever happens again, I will fall on my own sword to
I
save
think-
me from this story.
We should just sew her mouth up.
Shit.
If
Don't
she
pay
can't
attention.
talk,
He's
she can't
talking.
get us into trouble.
We
I
also
saved
don't pay you
us.
to
And we
think,
have
urine
someone who
boy.
can establish a mental link.
Oh, that's true. Boss
I
could have just
saved
mind linked to
us.
him.
Yeah, so
Oh.
that solves all of our problems.
Look here, urine boy. If we wanted actual good ideas from you, we'd stop asking.
Max does have a good point.
Well, I
But-
will go to fixing the ballista then, definitely. Fixing it. Sabotages
Yeah,
all the gear systems.
Yeah, it's just like. And then we get attacked on this ship, and Amaras is like, fuck, why did I break all of it? Now I have to fix it again!
Me, the only engineer, breaking all the engineering things. This will be a real pain in the ass for the next guy who has to deal with it. Wait.
No.
Well, you guys might not care too much for how it happened, but the outcome's still the same. We can get through. We
The
don't have
outcome-
bad guys chasing us anymore.
The outcome was it spoke to the gods, and the gods declared us fit to continue.
Yeah, let's go.
So, yeah, let's just... Leave this-
Positives.
Just let her have the W.
Okay, out of
I
character,
can't take this anymore.
did
There
you
is no such
specify
thing as a W here.
that it specifically said that the majority of the gods wanted us to die? Did you specify that to us?
No.
Okay.
It's not an important detail.
I would
There were
normally
so many
disagree,
details
but I
left out of
don't
this,
want to
but-
know that in character.
The point of fact is that the universe said that we can continue is not you saving us. It is the universe saying, yeah, I guess you can continue living.
Only because you got this weird box we don't like.
Oh god.
Like, I think you should give that box back to the old man who's supposed to be keeping it, because I don't know if you dropping it is going to do
destroy
something
it?
terrible. I think we should let the gods figure that out,
Okay.
I think gods.
because I really don't want whatever's in there to become one of your friends,
You leave my friends alone. Oh,
because
speaking
then
of
you
friends,
won't want to destroy it.
the creature does not have a name. It's very sad, so I named it my friend.
Hey,
So his
Okay.
name is Friend.
I thought bards were bad.
At least bards have a net creation rating when they are bad. This is literally very nearly a net loss. A huge net loss. And just
Believe
like,
that
okay.
is your best defense for bards. They are a net positive.
They make good music. They sometimes make good kids.
Emeralcy is just gonna go to the oh wait, I'm still at the front of the ship. I can't escape these idiots.
Amarasi,
You
I
would be
think
at the
when we
back
get
of
to the,
ship.
You're at the
when we
back
get
of
to
the
the new
ship
world,
right now.
Oh, thank
I
God.
think what we really need to do, Amarasi, is you need to create an academy to ensure that every druid that comes out of whatever town we create is highly educated, so something like this won't happen anime.
You know
Throws
what?
books at me. Read.
I'm all for educating Healy. Absolutely.
But you can't
Oh.
teach me how to murder birds. I can do that on my own.
Okay,
I
only
think-
because after your 3 failed attempts and me being like, oh yeah, I put my belief in you, I don't think that's you being able to do it on your own, Chief.
I think Healy's education is kind of a lost cause. I think we should just let that one play out.
Thank you.
You know,
Yes.
we'll let natural selection play that one out.
Healy
What did I
creates her
tell
own
you
druid circle.
guys
in
the
world.
compliment he gave us? The beast said
the
we're full
nothing.
of life.
Oh.
That we're full. That was what he said. That we're full
Yes.
of life.
We're full of life.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Is he full of
Everything else
death?
in here is full of death, and we're full of life.
Great.
Trying to concentrate on the thread through this aneurysm of a conversation.
Yeah, you succeed well enough.
Thanks.
Maximus
We'll
is
see,
slowly bleeding out of his eyes.
All right, I can
Please,
keep the aneurysm
stop.
conversation going. Let's do it.
So,
Okay.
question for you all. Given that you don't know how long you're going to be in the pale, what's your solution for when Max needs to rest?
Well, Maximus, can you explain
We
to
tie his
somebody
hand
else
up.
who's magical that how you did what you did?
I don't know how I did what I did.
Cool. I think the answer is we keep going. And we tell the
What?
night crew, reach into the weave. Yeah.
Or we just set him up a cot up there and just keep his hand held tied up to the raft.
But he has to concentrate. He can't concentrate while he's sleeping.
Not with that
They could do the
attitude.
paper trick.
We could.
We could see about making a magical compass.
Wait, what about my fire thing? Didn't that work? When you threw the fire in the air and then I made it give us a direction?
Well, it only pointed in a singular direction and kind of like nearly blew up. Possibly
know.
blew a hole through the mist.
Guys, this is a serious suggestion. We could see about making a magical compass. Like,
I-
all
yeah.
it's doing is we are attuning to a direction that the weave says. That's what a compass does. Except we need to attune to magic rather than north.
I'll be back.
Okay.
As much as I hate it, that's actually a really good idea. And I'm going to reach into my navigator's tool and grab said compass and try to infuse the vine into said compass.
I hope.
I
So,
will assist with the magical tinkering ring.
I'm going to say no to Healy. Maximus, if you try to do it, you will drop concentration.
Okay.
Amarasi is the only one that can do this.
Shit.
Amarasi, you first have to remove what it is trying to direct towards. So you're going to have to remove the magnet first.
Okay. It's gonna
Then
be too hard.
I'm going to need a very good Arcana roll
Okay.
for you to essentially attune this compass to the weave.
Okay. Alright, I believe.
So I
Okay.
really hope that you haven't used up all of your +4s.
I'm trying to think. I used 3 today.
As well as an additional one earlier in the day.
Yeah, so all of them then. I shouldn't have helped out with the fine. But I'll take an 18 for now, I guess.
Is that right there is your Arcana roll?
Yeah.
Alright. But I also needed Tinker's tools for removing the compass.
Okay.
The magnet from the compass.
Tinker's tools for moving the compass.
Ooh,
Or the magnet.
a dirty 20. So Maximus, you and Amarasi have a fair amount of time while he sits there tinkering with your compass and then trying to attune your compass to the weave. So if you two have anything to talk about, Amarasi, you're going to be here for a while doing this.
So, I can just imagine, like, Amarasi is, like, fiddling around with the compass, and he's like, so, how's your day been?
You know... Fine. Besides giant monster trying to kill us, that exhausting story that was told, the constant bickering, the bad decisions, and all the other mishaps that could have possibly went wrong, and yet we're still alive, somehow, and all of my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Oh, please don't throw away the magnet. As he, like, distracts the conversation.
I would never throw away such an important part of a tinkering tool.
Good, because I'm gonna need to put that back together when we're done with this.
Yes. If we put it back together. This could become very useful.
It is not going to become useful. We're not going back through that mist.
Okay. I'm sensing some tension. No, I'm kidding. It seems that your morale is running thin.
Look, lad. I am probably double your age. I have seen shit, I have killed shit, and I have been through shit. Way more difficult than anything anybody has seen. But that beast that we just had to endure, the helplessness that I felt at the fact that we were going to lose everything we fought for, kinda takes it out on someone.
You know, that would be a good point if it wasn't for the fact that we survived this. Think of it from a more positive perspective. We just came across one of the most powerful things any of us have ever seen. And we didn't have to fight it, and we survived it. Regardless of the methods.
Survival
We're
through
still
whims
alive.
is not survival, it's luck. Luck is nothing.
I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
And I'd rather not have to deal with giant beasts and people that wish that they knew better than I did. But
Then
here
why
we
are
are.
Honestly, like, I think that was the nicest thing Rossi's ever said about.
I think
It actually worked. I'm not going
honestly,
to tell her that, but it actually worked.
I think honestly that we are never gonna have to deal with this again. Because if anything comes back through here, it will die.
That's quite
So
fair.
let's look forward to the world.
I mean, he
that
ran
we-
off to go kill somebody else, so
Right. Pretty sure he's not gonna give anyone else a pass forever now.
Yeah.
So ours was the last free pass, basically, because we had the ruin device.
Yes. Speaking of, why the fuck is it still on our boat?
because he doesn't want it in the water.
Because if we put it in the ocean, gods only know what will happen to the ocean.
It is contained in the box. where
Remember how it was
will
the
stay
ashes of
contained.
like some kind of horrific plague? I don't want to know what happens if the entire ocean becomes plagued.
I don't know, maybe it killed the monster and we won't have a pail anymore.
Yeah, that was why I was thinking like maybe we should have just thrown it in his mouth.
Can't just kill all of our friends.
So what does the monster being dead do for us? Right now, we are alive to continue through the Pale. We can assume that the fleet that is behind us is likely unable to get through, or either that, or it kills the monster. And then we have safe passage
are
back
dead.
at some point.
Amarasi, I'm pretty sure most of them are gone. We saw and heard some things.
Hang on.
I
And
think they're
on
not.
top of that, not only that, but we are pretty much going to a place of certain death, according to our benefactor, Lord Darrigan, who has survived this shit. And yet here we are, and he slams his hand like into the rail as he's like holding the vine still. Still going to our deaths. We either could have died here or we're going to die there.
Excellent.
Let's change.
How?
Why did you sign up for this mission if you thought you had a chance of survival?
Because
I knew going into this continent I was most likely to die. It was worth it for me to try and discover a new world, to try and meet new people that don't have the boundaries of society that have been set. But why are you here then if you are so unwilling to risk it?
Because, boy, when I took this assignment, there was going to be money involved. One could not survive out in this world without the money.
Yes, except Maximus, where we're going, money doesn't really matter.
How do you
Yeah, we
know
know
that?
Because if it's a place where everyone basically either lives or dies, money is less of a thing than bartering what you can do for someone else.
We don't know anything about this blasted continent, and yet here we are, still trying to go for a kingdom that doesn't fucking exist anymore, which means I'm not getting my money.
Yes. So if we get there and there's gold on every rocky hill or in every mountain, it's yours by default. Luridia no longer exists as far as we're concerned. Wherever we go, we are creating a new kingdom, and all the people on these ships, if all of them have made it through the Pale, will also be with us. They are our people now. Because we're not going back there since the Death Beast is somewhere in that fucking horrible fog.
So we're taking the Faldrian approach. Conquer and just be all.
I never said we were conquering, I said we're going to try to survive.
If we start a new kingdom on a continent we know nothing about, we might as well try to conquer it. There's no other point to have a kingdom.
I mean, we
No,
can just
it's,
vibe.
we could just survive there and live and make a new home. I mean, you're not really going to have much of a choice, Maximus. You're kind of with us to the end now. We're going to get to this where we're going, and you're going to be there, and there isn't going to be any, like, return ticket home.
That's the worst part. Not to dismiss all of you, but unfortunately, I don't think we've had a pleasant interaction between any of us once. Besides trying
Rude.
to keep each other alive, and that's about it. And Miss Healy, rude, was, from what the story told, was what you said towards that beast. I don't want to hear it.
You are not a human. Therefore, you are not shit.
I'm not a human either.
Dang,
But
as
you're
the
not
only human in this group, I'm feeling a little called out.
Pretty sure that,
Hey,
honestly,
DM, can the crew be roused now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should just continue on. We'll figure out the philosophy of all
You
this
gotta
shit.
argue, do it somewhere else.
I can't do it somewhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys are the
I'm
one
stuck
that
at the
butted
helm.
into
Alright,
our
okay.
creation of the beautiful compass. So
Amarasi, why don't you go make your fucking compass?
I
He's
need to
gotta
be,
be
here
here for
with
it,
the
son.
Arcana.
Well, then make the thing. Just shush, make the thing.
Emerasi puts his hand on his head and just starts like mumbling and is like, "Okay, I have made the magical thingy. We should go straight down. I promise you, it'll work great. These things take time."
He's not done making it.
And I guess I'm going to go make dinner.
Okay.
Can I help?
Max, is there anything that you'd like in particular?
No.
Perhaps rations or
just
other rations or
foods.
fish? Okay, great.
Find whatever
We
you
have fish
can.
and fish. Maybe a couple seagulls. I'll go cook them up. Like, just continuing to just like, huh? Well, have a good stand, Max, and we'll see you later. And he just goes below decks.
While I'm rousing the crew to get everyone out of like the scared neatness, I would like to approach the individuals who I knew were from the temple. I know the chief guy is up front, but do I see them still kicking around somewhere?
Yeah, they're on the second deck.
Sure. I'd like to approach them and hello. Be afraid no longer. Our druid healer has saved the day. She has talked the great beast down, and we now have safe passage through the pale.
They're very relieved.
Our druid healer.
Actually, wait. How many people around it?
4.
Okay. So, but like on the mid deck, is there like they're still cowering or no?
Well, we'll say that they were the last sort of people that you got to, so everyone else on the other areas are more or less calmed down.
Okay. But I'd like to approach you to help with our navigation. While the beast may be loosed on other prey, we still need to navigate through the pale, and it appears that we need a distinct control or understanding of the weave. You, to my knowledge, are the only other individuals who have at least any magical ability. And being from a monastery, and I hope you would be learned men and women, excuse me.
Of course, we could try to help you as best as we can. How can we help?
It's not me, I'm afraid. I have no strength in the arcane, but once we mustered a collective feeling or a collective effort to put our arcane talents towards Maximus, who somehow grasped a feeling of the weave through the thread, follow the path, we could navigate. If you all could put your efforts towards that as well, it would not only allow Maximus to rest, but also give us an additional effort to travel so no one gets overexerted.
You see them sort of murmuring amongst themselves at the news that Maximus was able to grasp the weave itself in some way and help in navigating. They're like, can he explain to us how he was able to grasp the weave and navigate? We've not heard of any such ability in our studies.
I'm sure he will be able to. Will he be open to the idea? Well, that's a different question. He is a bit temperamental at times, but if you're offering your help to give him a break and some ease, I'm sure he would at least do his best.
And they agree.
Also, do me a favor when you guys are up there as well. If you guys could all just talk really loudly all at once at him, that would be fantastic for me.
He works best when he's berated by people's questions.
I'm confused. You want us all to talk very loudly all at the same time at the temperamental lad?
Yes, of course. I mean, obviously, I want to harass him as much as possible, but, just all in good fun.
And is he not the one person who is navigating for us right now?
Yeah, that's a risk I'm willing to take for you guys.
What?
Okay. Maybe it's a bad idea. All right, just having fun. Trying
They-
to relieve the tension. Everyone was scared.
They come up the stairs with you, quiet as a church mouse.
Wow. And are most people up on the top deck? Or
Most people are still relaxing in the lower decks. A couple of people have wandered up to the top deck. The abbot is still on the top deck with the reliquary.
Okay, well, yeah, so I'd like actually to head down towards where most people are.
Okay.
So, but I'll that's my turn. I'm finished for now.
Okay. Maximus Amarasi, 4 of the people who worked at the temple approach you guys offering their help.
Yeah, as they're coming up, Max is going to just go into another tirade.
They're offering. I'm with you on this one. Emerasi like looks and is like, so why are you here?
The
No.
the elf lad was saying that we could help you.
So, here's how you can help me. I can handle this one. I'm gonna say that's a. I'm gonna like lean over to Maximus and be like, I can handle this one, alright? So the way that you can help us is take these sticks, these 4 sticks. They say words on them, okay? They are enchanted magical sticks. And I pull sticks from out of my bag and I make them like whisper shit. I need you to put them on all of the corners of the boat and watch them really intently. Really intently, okay? That will help us calibrate the compass so well.
Roll persuasion. Or actually deception in
Or
this
deception.
case. Deception in this
Fucking
case, roll
lying.
deception.
I am lying out of my ass.
Yeah.
I
roll-
have a 0 for deception, please. I can't see the roll. I don't have.
It's a
You rolled,
19.
you rolled
Nice.
a 19. They look confused and they're like, well, I guess we can help that way. Yes. And
Okay, if they start flashing red and screaming, I need you to tell me. But unless they do that, they should be good.
we'll watch vigilantly.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And they take the 4 sticks from you and go to the 4 corners of the boat.
Now you're fucking with the avatary. They're up here trying to do some solid work, and all you're doing here is. You see Max like starting to like suffer a little bit as he like punches over.
Can you honestly tell me that they would have been able to help us and that do anything but hamper us? Their intentions are perfectly acceptable and good, but I need to focus on this bloody compass so that it will bloody point in the right direction. Otherwise, I'm gonna be navigating us in circles, probably. They believe that they're helping, and they believe that this will get done. That's all that matters right now.
Hope Healy's statement is just circling the back of your mind.
No,
About
I
humans
refuse to
being
acknowledge
bad.
Healy for anything. Absolutely not. All my thoughts are not led by a squirrel.
It should be.
No.
So you finish the compass, finally. The compass now, you had to not only remove the magnet, but also replace the needle. You had to take the vine that was floating over Maximus's hand and wrap it a bit around the spike in the middle of the compass. Now, this compass, instead of pointing north, it points to wherever the weave is moving and taking you. It's vine, almost like a tendril, changing, leading with the edge of it to whatever direction you're needing to move.
So I am going to pick it up, look at Maximus and be like, I think it's done. Do you have a piece of paper we can throw into the water to confirm it?
Max starts to reach into his bag, but as the energies leave him into the compass, as he's reaching, he just falls.
Amarossi tries to, attempts to grab him. He does probably not the best attempts, but I'm gonna put everything into this.
Make a athletics check.
Actually, wait, I don't want to drop. Okay, if I roll a nat one, I'm gonna end up dropping this freaking compass, aren't I?
It's entirely possible.
Okay.
Okay. You catch him enough to help him to the ground, softly.
Well, I suppose I'm just going to let you sleep for now. And he kind of just pulls out a piece of paper from his bag, throws it onto the front of the ship, and then double checks that it's pointing in the same, and that the compass is pointing at the paper and as it travels.
It is.
Okay. In that case,
Nice, Zamtarok. Very nice.
I'm going to kind of grab other people and see if we can get him to his bed or somewhere more comfortable than being collapsed on the front of a dock.
I'm also gonna real quickly.
You know, the
If it's
helm's,
bad,
like,
it's
more
not
towards
gonna
the back,
happen.
right?
But if it's good, oh,
Yeah, wait, we're...
We've been at the helm the whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well I moved up to the front of the ship and then moved back to snag you. I keep mixing up fore and aft, which I really shouldn't because I know the difference between fore and aft. I just am not
fore
thinking.
is forward.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Fore is forward, aft is back. Like, I can, like, aft, ass, fore, forward. Makes sense. Like, port is 4 words, or 4 letters. Left is 4 letters. It makes sense. I just am stupid.
So Zamtarok, you not only cook up a yummy fish dinner, but you no sense in making a small meal. You make enough to feed a good few people, and you make it fantastically. While you're doing that, Horns is also playing a nice ditty to kind of bring up everybody's spirits. That,
Yay.
together with the fact that you all has survived almost certain death, the only people to come face to face with the pale lights and survive, I cannot believe you guys actually pulled that off. You all gain 1 to your morale.
Yay!
Yay!
Hooray!
I feel so much happier. Time to actually not put on fake optimism and put on real optimism.
Real optimism.
I'm just gonna bring food to the deck crew for the beginning of night and to Max and be singing while he does it.
I'm gonna tell the abbots that they don't need to look at sticks anymore. I probably should have done that.
Okay, so this is out of character, man. I rally somebody, try to help out, and you guys just shit on my egg.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
So while I go down into the hold and there's everyone around, I'd like to gather everyone's attention, if possible.
Okay.
So, everyone
Oh, you're cutting out.
He's cutting out.
No, golly, of course. So that's why I wanted to do it now before I go too far away from Orna. Good news. We have faced the pale light, the beast of the pale, and survived. The first in known history. But there's one thing I must tell you above all. It is Keely and Squealy and Bartholomew who saved the day, who roused the face the monster single-handedly and spoke it down, turned the gods in our favor, and ushered us through the pale safely. So once you go up to now more than ever, in the pale where there's no happiness and no song, run to the deck, sing her praises, go speak to our man Maximus. Sing and be merry to the strength and the bravery of Healy.
Over the next couple of hours, most of the people who were below decks filter their way up to the top decks to congratulate both Maximus and Healy. Healy, in particular, though, as they come to you, some of them, especially younger people with their eyes wide and bright with the thoughts of adventure, begin asking you how they can also navigate the Pale.
Good to know that the guy who makes the only useful compass that can be used by anybody doesn't get asked these questions.
Please, for the love of all that is good, tell them the fucking truth.
I'm gonna tell everyone who asked that we cannot return to the Pale. I made a deal with the beast, and it let us pass this one time.
Ooh. You start hearing murmurs of concern and slight panic. Some people thought that they'd get a chance to go back home.
Yep.
You know,
See
you know,
their
guys,
whole
these
city
really good
burning?
ideas. God.
So are we kind of all hearing
they-
the murmurs within the...
I'm confused.
Okay. Why?
At the beginning of day 2, the speech that Zom gives was literally that we're going forward because we can't go back.
Right.
but that
for some
is-
people, especially with like Darrigan, for example, they had the mindset of, okay, we're going to run away, we'll build up, and then maybe my children or I will be able to go back and see our homeland, you know?
we just confirmed to them that the
Yeah,
CB
There is no going back.
literally is preventing us from ever going back. So
So-
are we all hearing these kind of murmurs come
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
So Amorasi, with the compass in his hand, raises it up and says, "We have a way to navigate the Pale now. One day, I'm sure we can make it back. But for now, we must focus our minds and our hearts on surviving this world ahead of us. But one day, this compass, or another like it, will bring us home."
We're going home.
People are reacting to two different voices saying two different things. Some people are taking some encouragement, some people are beginning to get upset.
Okay.
It's like their problem.
So the first thing that we're still in the crowd. I'll do this later.
Okay. Well, it
Healy's
takes...
heel turn. That sounds like your problem. Okay.
I'm gonna take Bartholomew out and do his 2 tricks that he knows.
Sing and jumping through the loop.
Yep.
I'm
yeah.
still passing out the food and like singing and stuff.
Yeah.
He's happy because he's like, this is a cause for celebration. We have faced down essentially death and the Pale and are moving forward.
Whereabouts are all of you on the ship?
Main deck.
Main
I'm
deck,
in
kind of more
whatever
in the middle?
crowd is gathered around Healy.
After passing out food, he basically goes back to the kitchen to finish passing food out along the deck to anyone who's still awake or for the dinner time.
What was that, Healy?
I'm wherever the crowd is.
Okay. Alright. But yeah, you all pass out the food. The morale for the crowd, it seems to be fluctuating because for some people, they're okay with it being a one-way trip. They've got their family, they've got their friends. For others, not so much of a happy bit of news. But that aside, the mood seems to kind of even out after a couple hours. Whether it's due to happiness, contentment, or resigning themselves to a fate. Others...
There's also the whole Maximus conversation of like, we are going to death! Just like, thanks, yeah, yell that out.
But there are also quite a few people who seem to be clinging onto the hope of, if we get that compass that Amarasi has, someday we'll be able to travel back.
Yep,
We're gonna
and
murder
that's
you.
what I'm worried about.
That sounds like Amarasi's problem for later.
It sounds like Amorosi's problem for probably tonight.
You see,
means that's a
Amarasi,
liar.
sometimes we have these things that are thoughts, and sometimes those thoughts should stay.
Oh, I have a plan for this. I am very thoroughly planning for this.
Okay. You don't know how long of time has passed. But you go through several days' worth of rations. Even with rationing and stuff like that. As long as you were in the Pale, all of your attempts to fish yield nothing. There are no birds. There's nothing. The Pale Lights was not lying when it said that the Pale has nothing in it. But after going through a good amount of rations, several shifts, mist begins to break. And you see before you through the mists emerging on the horizon, land far off in the distance. You've made it through the Pale, and the new world lies before you.
No one else get excited? That's fine, whatever.
Woo!
I mean, Zom's going to basically cry out "Land Ho" and celebrate again.
As you cry out "Land Ho," people begin to rush up to the upper decks to look and see. What you see in front of you are mountains and trees and forests.
Give me the woods.
It's a strangely beautiful sight. And by everything that you see, it looks almost too beautiful to be dangerous. If certain death were to look like anything, you would never have guessed that it would look like this.
Someone's never looked at a woman.
What are you all thinking as you emerge on this site?
Magic's fucking training.
This is our new home.
Feel relief.
Yeah, definitely relief.
Emerossi at this point is beyond excited. He signed up for this voyage for specific reasons and is very happy that regardless, he still managed to get there.
And I'm sorry, give me one moment. You asked me where I'm at. I'm in the far, far land of Taco Bell.
No worries. Each of you real quickly roll perception for me.
You smell the aroma of taco that's floating across the boat.
The exotic
Oh,
smell
Tacos,
of,
they're the best.
the exotic smell of ground meat. You don't know what kind, but it's spiced and it's meat. You think, ooh, Zamtarok. Damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
Really?
Sees all.
Great time for a nat 20.
Perfect.
Maximus, you are no longer at disadvantage. You're not maintaining the concentration.
No, I'm doing that because I've just had 7 levels of magic sapped out of me, and though I've slept, that's still a lot of pressure on the
Okay.
body. I imposed it myself.
I'll allow it.
Can you roll for me there, better boss?
I absolutely can. Let's see if I keep up my track record of rolling fantastically for you guys.
Nat one.
Perception. 25.
Yay!
So yes, I keep up
Nice.
my track record. So far, I don't think when I have rolled for any of you that I have rolled anything below a dirty 20.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Perfect.
So,
Okay. So also to answer your question,
Yes.
I'm feeling excitement. This is a literal land of a means to an end. No more hunger, no more worry. Well, a name to be made, and hopefully a life to gain. But also, what did you roll better, boss?
I rolled a 25 for your perception.
And hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zamtarok, Boss, and Healy. A little bit after you come out of the mists, you see a good ways on the horizon off to your right. One of the ships that was traveling with you also emerged from the pale. The other one is
Healy,
yet
you did
to
it.
arrive yet.
You talked to them so long that they delayed the inevitable attack.
I saved more than one ship.
High five! Can't hold a high five.
The other one you do not see yet. And that is where we will end today's session.